Major General, you're still on oath. Mr. Iwawala, you have some...
Of course, General.
Mr. Iwawala, I take it I understand you have further questions, but before you ask any of them, I'd just like to ask the interpreter. I understand you were going to give an explanation to the people present. I think you should give the explanation as well in also as part of the formal proceedings. Because as you know, they are broadcast on YouTube,
yes,
on the internet, and I understand there are people who are watching it on television and who would not have the advantage of the explanation that you gave to the people present in the auditorium this morning. I think it's an important point that you should do.
Thank you.
And perhaps you should explain briefly in English as well,
yes,
for the rest of us who don't know what's going on otherwise.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to make an apology to the people listening, particularly in the isiXhosa language, for a word that was used by my assistant here, my junior. The word that was used is with reference to the miners as onomain, which word was used, unfortunately, in the past regime, which is rejected by the people, and there have been quite a few complaints about it. But I explained to the people that the person interpreting is still junior and really apologizes for using that word, that unacceptable word. Ndizawuthi ngeXhosa bendichaza okokuba ndiye ndathetha nokomishini okokuba ndizakwenza olu xolo. Ndicela uxolo kakhulu mawethu ngokusetshenziswa kwegama elithi onomayini. Onomayini ligama lalisetshenziswa ngala maxesha engcindezelo kuthethwa ngabasebenzi basemigodini yasezimayini. Eli lasetshenziswa nguxa wam apha ngoku niyambona nalo mfana usemncinci usafunda uthi naye uyaxolisa nyani simxelele okokuba igama elisetshenziswayo ngabasebenzi alisasetshenziswa elithi onomayini. Thank you very much.
Can you tell those of us who are following in English what the offending word was and why it is an offending word and what the proper word is, so that we can all be educated from this experience?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The word onomayini, which he used with reference to the miners, when reference was made to the miners, he referred to those people as onomayini. Now, the word onomayini was used, unfortunately, during the past our era, which is highly rejected by the people as being degrading. The word that is being used now is the workers, which is in Xhosa abasebenzi, basebenzi kaSesotho.
Thank you. Mr. Iwawala, would you now care to proceed with your examination?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, General.
Morning, Advocate.
Chairperson and members of the Commission, you recall that there are at least 3 documents that we promised to hand over to submit as exhibits later on. And we consider that today is an appropriate an occasion as any. The first are the notes that the General said he had made during the Potchefstroom series of meetings, and from which he gave a report back to Colonel Fisser. Now, before introducing those, just wish to pose a few questions to the General in regard to those notes. They will be distributed shortly thereafter.
It's all right. Unless you want to, if you've got 3 documents you can hand in, we could possibly mark them as exhibits now.
Yes,
and then you don't necessarily have to hand them in immediately, but let's mark them as exhibits so when you lead the evidence it goes more smoothly, because you could just refer to the exhibits as described. So unfortunately Ms. Pillay is not here, but what is the next what I can call Mpembe exhibits? It's Triple H, I think. I think we've got as far as Triple H8, is that correct? So these notes will be exhibit Triple H9, is that correct, Mr. Iwawala?
Sounds correct,
that's the document which looks like this. It's an extract from a diary, 11th September, is that right? So make that Triple H.
Umhlekazi ungalana bechaza ukuba kukho amaphepha amathathu athanda ukuwaveza namhlanje apha azothi abuze ngawo imibuzo kwi-general, kodwa ngaphambi koko kuyebathethwa nge-notes ezika-general azenza.
What is the next document? Is that this document headed statement I blank with ID number blank?
Yes, that's what we call Mr. Y's
To
statement.
Y. So that will be
As it.
triple H 10, and I will record it as statement by Mr. Y, putting Mr. Y in quotation marks. And then I see the third document appears to be another version of the slide that we saw.
It's, that would be Exhibit L, slide 181. The difference is this one is marked A, B, C, and D, which depicts where the fault line moved.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we'd better give it an separate exhibit number. So we'll call it exhibit triple H10, but let's call it, 11, I think it was. Amended slide L181 with added letters. And that's exhibits H11.
Umhlekazi ungalalo bechaza ke ezo zinto kokuba kukho amahlelo amathathu azonikezwa namhlanje azobuza phezu kwayo imibuzo apha kugeneral. Ngaphambili koko uye wathetha ngee-notes ezathathwa ngugeneral ayenza ngazo inkcazelo kuKenneth Fessel. Ngoku ke lenye yezinto athetha ngazo ivela phaya kwimfanekiso yethu ku-exhibit L181.
Thank you, Chair. General, did you make these notes contemporaneously on the 13th of August during the event of Monday, the 13th of August 2012?
Ukuze kokuba ezi note wazenza ngayo naloo mini mhla kuzawuba nesahlakalo esasezi-13 zika-August.
No, Chairperson.
Andizodanga ngelo xesha.
When did you make these notes in your diary?
Ukuze kokuba wazenza nini ke ezi notes.
The notes were made when I was in Potchefstroom on the 28th. I was also looking back on the 13th, what happened on the 13th. Then that's when then I made the notes.
Ezi notes nzenze ngeli xesha ndipha ePotchefstroom ngomhla ka-28 ndicinga ngomva ukuba kwenzeke ntoni nge-13 ndazibhala ke.
Now, you've made entries in You've made entries in your diary under the dates on Tuesday, the 28th of August 2012, and Monday, the 13th of August 2012, and Sunday, the 12th. Well, from the 11th of August 2012 until the 11th of August, Saturday, 2012, Sunday, the 12th of August, 2012, Monday, the 13th of August, 2012, and Tuesday, the 28th of August, 2012. Can you explain why you made those entries not under the date relating to the date on which you made the entry? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Can you explain briefly to the Commission why you made those entries under the dates that you have on the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th of August 2012 and the 28th of August 2012?
Umbuzo kokuba yintoni afaka ii-notes zakhe kulezo mini zomhla ka-11, 12, no-13, no-28 ku-August angazifakanga ngemini ezenzeka ngazo.
Chairperson, on the 28th when I was in Poch, I was writing on the 13th because some of the entries of me reporting on duty were made on the 13th. But because I was not on duty on that weekend, I utilized the other spaces because I was on leave. I was just using that space to write for me those notes.
Yes, at the top of the page for the 11th is the word leave, so I take it the rest of the page is blank.
Correct.
And equally, the same applies for Sunday the 12th.
Correct, Chairperson.
So there was a blank space in your diary, and so you had to have something to write on, and you chose those pages. Is that right?
Correct, Chairperson.
uthi general intenzo kokubabhale kula makhasi ukuthi wayeselivini ngelo xesha kwakuvulekile ke wafumana okokuba ivulekile le ndawo wabesebhala kuyo le ndawo evulekileyo.
As far as the 13th is concerned, the entries that you made on the what one can call the left-hand side of the page were very short because they just related to places you were at. So you wrote on the right-hand side in the column.
Correct, Chairperson.
Apha ke kuyiminyaka
I
13
don't quite know why you wrote the right-hand side of the column on the page for the Saturday the 11th, but take it, it's not important.
ubuzwa kokuba apha kwi-page 13 ngomhla ka-13 wabhala apha ngasesandleni sokhohlo izinto zazenzeka ngelo xesha wabhala ezinye apha ngasesandleni sokudla kodwa ke ngomhla ka-11 kubhalwe ngendlela enjengaleyo.
Then, with reference to the statement of Mr. Y, the Commission and members of the Commission will recall the evidence of the Major General Mpembe when he gave reasons for implementing Stage 3, that people were continuing to being killed when they were going to work. This was one of the examples that he used of a person who had been assaulted in the early hours of Monday morning as he was going to work. I'm not going to read this into the record, save to simply just paraphrase that it deals with a person who was going to work and was stabbed numerous occasions, was left for dead, woke up, washed his face, which was bloodied, and called people to come to his assistance, who then came. And he has identified at least 2 persons among those who assaulted him.
Uchaza apho umhlekazi ungelana ukuba uyawunikeza nestatement apha sika Mr. Y esingenokumbiza ngegama kwangoku ungomnye waba bantu ugeneral athetha ngabo okokuba yintoni eyenza ukuthi kuze kungenele kwinyathelo eli lesithathu okokuba abantu ababeya empangeleni babehlaselwa phaya ngomnye ke wabo bantu bahlaselwa ngendlela emasikizi washiwa apho kucinga okokuba uswelekile wavuka wayiswa esibhedlele.
The chairperson and members of the commission, the grammar is not as it should be in the statement. What has happened was this is a typed version from the handwritten version. So it was typed in precisely the same manner, or as close as possible, as far as I know, in precisely the same manner as it appears in the written version.
Esi statement ke sasabhala ngumshini sathayipiwe kodwa ke esokuqala sasibhalwe ngesandla ndiyethemba okokuba kwabhalwa yona le nto eyayibhaliwe phaya ngesandla.
Is this the person who is referred to in the occurrence book, F 25, in the entry number 21, page 3? This is an entry made the morning of the 13th at 6:20 about an African male found at Eastern Platts next to the railway, firearm wounds, alleges he might have passed away. Is it that person or is it somebody else?
I don't think so, Chairperson, because this person did not pass on.
No, I said he might have passed away. I understand this person very much alive, but Mr. Y. But I see there were firearm wounds. I didn't know that this person claims to, I think he was stabbed, wasn't he? So it's somebody else.
It's someone else.
Thank you.
Kukho enye into evela phaya kwi-occurrence book ngomhla ka-13 apho kwafunyanwa khona umuntu ekwaziwe ehlatyiwe kwakucinga ukuba uswelekile.
In relation to the Triple H11 exhibit, evidence has already been given. Nothing more needs to be said about that. The General, continue with just briefly with a sweeping exercise that we performed on Friday. Just 3 or 4 questions in relation to Mr. Kwadi's statement. Where I take you there, it's in File B, Volume B, which is the statements file. It's Exhibit KK, Kulu Kulu. You'll find it under flag number 12 at pagination 139, it begins there. I want to refer you specifically to paragraph 4 of Exhibit KK, and that's pagination 142, page 4 of Exhibit KK. Have you found it, General?
Uyifumana kwikhasi lesine lale exhibit phaya kwisivakalisi sesine.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe ndiyifumene.
What page are you taking us to, Mr. Golona?
Page 4 of Exhibit KK, which is pagination 142 under flag 12 of bundle B. General, you will see in the second sentence of that paragraph, paragraph 4, Mr. Kwadi says there was nothing of particular significance which occurred on 11 August 2012, which I witnessed. Evidently, he's talking about that which he did witness. Do you know of anything significant that happened on that day?
Kuthiwa apha ukuthi umhlekazi Kwadi yena akabonanga nto isenzeka ngaloo mini into abengathetha ngayo kuza ngokugeneral okokuba yena kwinto ayiboniye isenzeka na.
On the 17th, Brigadier Van Sail, while there were some investigations happening, he also informed me that there is a statement of a certain shop owner, whom I'm not going to mention his name, that says that the protesters were buying more pangas from his shop. And there were also other significant issues which also happened on the 11th with regard to violence.
Uthi ugeneral ke ingxela ayifumana kubrigadier Van Sail nge-17 okokuba ufumene ingxelo evela komnye waba ama-business bezishopo apho owamxelela okokuba bangene ngobuninzi abantu bathenga iphanga. Akanawuveza okokuba ngeyiphi leyo shop nomnikazi lona, kodwa ke kukho ezinye izinto ezenzeka ngaloo ntsasa.
May I take you, General, to that same bundle under flag 8. This is not yet an exhibit, Chairperson, I don't believe. Oh, I'm told it may be, so let's find out.
Well, we haven't got Ms. Pillay with us today, so it would be dangerous for us to... Oh, she is here. Oh, she's sitting... She's across the floor. Can you help us, Ms. Pillay? It's the statement of Mohammed Qasim, which is under flag 8 on in the B bundle of police documents.
A letter friend to my left tells me that he has it as H7.
7.1.
Yes, 7.1. So we were wise not to give it an extra exhibit number, weren't we? More happenstance than wisdom, but never mind. We didn't make a mistake.
Thank you, Chairperson. Is that the statement to which you refer, General?
Correct, Chairperson.
Siso statement athetha ngaso General.
Just briefly, you will see in paragraph 3, Mr. Kasim says on 2012-08-11, that's the 11th of August 2012, at 9 a.m., I was on duty in my shop since the time at 9 o'clock when I opened. I had a rush of African males buying pangas from me. And in paragraph 4, he says, I usually keep about 30 pangas in the stock, and it was sold out in no time. And in paragraph 5, he expresses his suspicion about it because usually they want to wrap it in in newspapers. But on that day, they just put it in their pants and left.
Uthetha ngolhlobo ke lo mfoka bawo kokuba into eyammangaza ngalowo mini okokuba kwakuthengwa iphanga ngobuninzi futhi phaya esitolo sakhe kuvamisa kuba nephanga ezifika phaya ema-30 ngalowo mini zathengwa zaphela zonke uthi ngesiqhelo ke aba bantu xa bethenga eziphanga baye bathi maziphuthelwe ngephepha kodwa ngalowo mini babezithatha njalo basifake apha kwisitoko bezinqibeki.
Then in pagination 54, under the same flag, flag 8, the same Mr. Kasim has deposed to a further statement.
Kwikasi 54 thetha yena umhlekazi lo Kasim.
In paragraph 2 of that statement, he says, further to my statement made on the 22nd of August 2012, I would like to add that from 11 August 2012, there was a sudden great demand for pangas, axes, and hatchets. All these items were purchased by African males for an entire week. I was actually running out of stock, and I had to order more of these items to meet the demand. From time to time, I have been operating this business. This was the first time that I have sold so many pangas, axes, and hatches in a week.
Uyangeza ke umhlekazi kaKasim okokuba kwi-statement sakhe asibhalisa makongeza okokuba uthe kulelo viki lomhla ka-11 August kwabakho nje iskwanda kokuthengwa kwezixhobo ezifana neephanga, amazembe nezinye izinto ezibukhali zathengwa ngendlela yokuba waze badinga kokuba a-ode ezinye uthi usenexesha anale sitolo phaya kodwa into yammangazo kokuba asizange zithengwe ngolu hlobo ezi zinto njengoba zazithengwa.
According to my notes, which may be wrong, but according to my notes, this particular statement hasn't got an exhibit number. It should be 7.3. It should be H 7.3. Isn't? If it is already, well then we don't have to mark it. But none of us here has got it marked. It is a continuation, obviously, of the previous statement, which is H 7.2, isn't it?
I will propose it be marked as the chairperson proposes, Chair.
Well,
7.3.
I must tell you that page 52, I've got marked on the copy H 8, but I seem to remember it was then suggested that the way to deal with it is to make it H 7.2 because it follows in 7.1. So the second state, the first type on page 52, is H 7.2, and this one, which is page 54 in your bundle, will then be H 7.3.
Yeah. Zinikwa inamba ke ngoku ezi statements zakhe umhlekazi lo Kasim mandichaze okokuba uthe ekuthengweni kwezi zixhobo zazithengwa njengabantu abantsundu abangamadoda.
And then again, according to my notes, Mr. Ngulwana, according to my notes, the statement by Mr. Masinia, the video operator, I can't remember his rank. He's a warrant officer, I think. His statement is triple H8, so everything is neatly in sequence. Is that correct?
That sounds about right.
So anyway, now we've now looked at triple H 7.3. Is anything you want to do with it apart from refer to it?
No.
Gqibela umhlekazi ungalani ngestatement esikaKasim.
Chairperson, may I just inquire whether this Mr. Kasim is intended to be a witness or on what basis the statement is being presented?
Well, if the Commission or anyone wishes to subpoena him, we don't intend calling him as a witness, but if you want...
One of the things I'm going to be doing tomorrow is I'm going to be going through the witnesses who it is scheduled to be called, try to provisionally allocate times to them, and also to decide which witnesses don't have to give evidence, but whose evidence can be put before the Commission by way of affidavit. So one of the things that I'm going to do that with some of the evidence leaders. One of the things we will consider whether Mr. Kasim should be called, and obviously if anyone wants him called, and I consider it appropriate that he should be called, I'll allow him to be called. But if it's not controversial that there were a lot of pangas bought on the 11th of August, well then that fact may be adequately proved simply by his statement. Anyway, that's a matter we can go into.
Yeah, no, well, Chair.
Well, I think you can accept for the moment that there is at least provisionally evidential material before us setting out what he says. So you can decide to act in accordance with that knowledge if you consider it appropriate.
Yes, Chair, I appreciate that. I think my appeal would be that maybe we should assist you in that task as counsel and indicate, if we are presenting a statement of someone that we don't intend to call, indicate so that we know, and then we can set the ball.
Oh, no, I think it's possibly a housekeeping matter you can discuss in chambers, but just deal with it quickly. I would have thought that the question is, the real point is the statement could be produced and it can be suggested that it's unnecessary for the witness to give oral evidence. That's the point. Yeah. And of course, if somebody says, no, I want that witness to come, because there's some questions I want to ask him or her, then obviously that's a matter that has to be considered. I then have to be told what the questions are, or what the line of questioning is, and if it's something in my view is simply a matter of irrelevancy, I won't allow it. But if it's clearly something that may well be relevant, I will, and obviously I'll be flexible and do my best to ensure that we get to the truth of all these matters.
Thank you, Chair.
Umhlekazi mbofu bebuzo okokuba uKasim lo uyawubizwa njengengqina na. Umhlekazi ungelwana uthi kuyona injongo yakhe ukuba mbize njengengqina ke, kodwa umhlekazi umqinisela ukuthi xa kukho omnye wabameli kanene noma ngubani ofuna ukuba makabizwe mhlawumbe kukho imibuzo othanda ukumbuza yona uzawuba negunya lokwenza njalo, kodwa ke baza kuyithetha bona behlangene le nto kwenziwe isigqibo.
General, we now proceed to deal with the criticisms by the various experts. We shall deal with it in a different form than that which we envisaged initially.
Siza ngoku kubungqina bezingqali eziye zaveza imibhalo yazo apha, siza kuzithatha nganye nganye.
Standing Order 262, General, requires that in relation to any operation or event, there must be a briefing, and that briefing must be recorded visually. There must be a video recording of the briefing. You accept that?
Kasi ngomthetho lo 262 ithetha okokuba emva kokuba kuye kwabo kwesehlakalo kufanele kubekho ingxelo enziwayo kuthi kuleyo ngxelo xa ibikwa kwenziwe ividiyo ngayo kunjalo.
Chairperson, correct.
Kunjalo.
To go on, was the witness not aware of the incident outside the NUM offices that took place on the 11th?
Let's ask him, Chair.
You weren't aware at the time because you were on leave, but did you subsequently receive a report to the effect, the details of the report you don't have to give us, but did you receive a report that there had been an incident, that a number of people had marched to the NUM offices, that NUM people were there defending the officers, as it were, shots were fired and people were injured? Did you receive a report to that effect subsequently?
Ubuza ugeneral okokuba ngoku wawuselivini siyazi okokuba wawungekho apho kodwa ke kukho ingxelo yeripoti awayifumana ngesehlakalo somhla ka-11 ku-August xa abaqhankqalazi behamba besiya phaa eofisini lenum kuphuma benum baphethe imbi bakhusela iofisi labo kwadutshulwa apho.
Chairperson, it was just a verbal report from Captain Govender.
Captain.
When did you mean an oral report? Because all, even written reports are verbal. Did you receive? When did you receive that report?
Report.
On the 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a briefing that you gave to the members on the 13th of August prior to engaging with the protesters next to the railway line?
Ngomhla ka-13 xa nizawubana le nto eyenzeka phaya ngakuloliwe waba nengxelo wayenza kumalungu kumapolisa phambi kokuba nibe nalaba bantu.
Chairperson, no.
Akuzange kube khona nje.
Why not?
Intoni ingabanga khona?
There was no time for me for the briefing, but what I know is that I did ask the unit commander, Colonel Merafe. Then he said to me, General, the members that arrived outside the province, they were briefed and orientated, but the orientation will still continue.
Kwakungekho xesha elanele ukuba ndibe naleyo ntlanganiso ndithethe nabo kodwa ke uKolonel Merafe wayesendixelele ukuba aba bafike bavela kwamanye amaphondo ngaphandle kuye kwabakho ingxelo nabo baxelele ukuba kuyawusetyenzwa ngendlela enjani wathi kusaqhutshekwa nokuthi kwenziwe loo nto.
You say you didn't have time to brief them. At roughly what time was the instruction given to you to attend to the marchers next to the railway line on the 13th of August 2012?
Uthi kwangekho xesha lokuba wenze leyo briefing general ngoku wanikwa nini ke lo myalelo kokuba mawuye kwaba bantu babe phaya ngasesiporweni uyohlangana nabo?
Chairperson, the instruction from the Provincial Commissioner, it was at about 12:45.
Esicelo savela ku-Provincial Commissioner wePhondo kwakungexesha labo 12:45.
I took it upon myself as the overall commander to go to the interception, and it was at about 2 o'clock. I was already at the place where I met the protesters.
Mna-ke commander owayengamele apho ndabe sendibona ukuba mandiye mna ngokwam apho ndifike phaya kumaxesha othuka nje ndasendinabo aba baqhankqalazi apho sadibana khona.
So a period of about an hour and 15 minutes. Are you aware of any video recorder of the briefing to which Lieutenant Colonel Merafe referred? Briefing of the members.
Kukho ivideo mhlawumbe apho uKolonel Merafe apho bethetha exelela aba bantu okokuba imisebenzi uzoba yintoni nantoni?
No, Chairperson.
Andina.
Do you know why there was no video recording of that briefing to which Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Morafe referred?
Unalo na ulwazi okokuba yintoni kungenziwanga ividiyo yaloo ntetho uMerefo wayenza namalungu?
Chairperson, no.
Andiyazi.
Were any video operators present at the time before when you were addressing the, well, let me phrase it this way. You testified earlier, General, maybe Friday or sometime last week, that you may have given some briefing to the members. Can you take the Commission through that, what the nature of that was?
Kule viki leyo ndiyathemba koko ndesihlanu mhlawumbe phambi koko wake waveza ingxelo yokuba uye waba nentetho namapolisa ababebesebenza lapha amalungu. Ngakusichazele kancinci nje kokuba kwakuthiwa.
Correct, Chairperson. I said that while I was addressing the protesters at the interception, there was a time where I called the commanders that they were with me, and then I spoke to them. It was the time when I was suggesting that when I count to the protesters, and we can allow the protesters to go.
Ndiyenda nikeze mina apha ndithi ungeli xesha ndithetha phaya nabaqhankqalazi kuthe phambi kokuba ndenza le nto yokubala ndabiza iikomanda ezazilapho ndabonisana nazo ndathi mna ndizabaxelela ngale nto yokubala kodwa ke xa ingabi impumelelo masibavumele abaqhankqalazi ukuba baqhubeke.
Were there any video operators present at that time?
Ngelo xesha kwakukho aba baphethe ividiyo baberekhoda apho.
Chairperson, correct.
Ewe babekhona.
Do you know if they took any video footage of your talking to the commanders?
Ngeli xesha uthetha nekomanda kukho imifanekiso abayithatha imifanekiso leyo ntetho.
No, Chairperson, but what I expected, because it was, or while I was still addressing and they were there, I expected that it could have been taken.
Abazange bayithathe kodwa ke njengami ndandicinga okokuba iyathathwa xa ndiphaya ndithetha nabo ndandicinga ukuba benza imifanekiso.
Do you know whether or not they took video footage?
Ngokwakho ukwazi ke bayithatha imifanekiso enjengaleyo?
No, Chairperson.
Azange bayithatha.
You said you then escorted the protesters.
Sorry, Mr.
Did
Gowona,
you-
Sorry. In a video that was shown of the incident at the railway line, did the witness not point himself out talking to the other commanders? I seem to recall that he did. It seemed to be a shot from the distance.
Umkhumbuza uCommissioner Hemraj ukhumbuza umhlakazi ungalana kule video esasiyijongile apha kukho apho evele khona uGeneral ethetha necommanders eziyabonakala phaya kumfanekiso.
Yes, that's my recollection too, Commissioner, and I'm quite sure that's the recollection of the General. But what we are dealing with is whether the content of the address was heard, because I think that's what's required by the 262.
Ndikhumbula ngolo hlobo nam Commissioner ukuba yavela le nto kodwa ke into bendibuza kuGeneral ukuba intetho yayithethwa apho yarekhodwa na ukuba ubethini.
General, is the use of lethal force a consideration in crowd management?
General umbuzo yilo okokuba kuye kufikena ixesha apho nilawula izihlwele apho kufanele nisebenzise khona izigalo imbule bulalayo.
Chairperson, no.
Ayikho leyo ndawo.
Was the use of force on the 13th of August 2012 something that you contemplated?
Kusetshenziswa kwezigalo njengoba zasetshenziswa ngomhla ka-13 kwakuyinto owawuyibona wena okokuba yokwenzeka okuba wawuyilinde ukuba yokwenzeka?
Sorry, I left out a word there apparently. Was the use of lethal force contemplated by you in dealing with the crowd management issue on the 13th of August 2012?
Ngomhla 13 August 2012 wawuye phaya njengomuntu oyokwenza ulawulo lezi zihlwele. Usetshenziswa lale mipu nobungozi kwakungenye yezinto wawuzibeka ukuba ziyakwenzeka?
Chairperson, no.
Kwakungeyona.
What measures, if any, did you and the police who were present on the 13th of August at that scene take in order to avoid the loss of life and injury to persons and property?
Nathatha manyathelo manike wena namapolisa owawunawo apho okokuba kwenzeka kungabi kho uphalalo lwegazi apho nokukonzakala kwabantu. Zinyathelo zini enazithatha okokuba ingenzeki loo nto?
Chairperson, I testified that I took upon myself as an overall commander to intercept because I could speak the language of the protesters.
Hlekazi ndiyendanikeza ukungqina bokuba ndathi mina njenge-overall commander ndayithathela le nto emagxina ukuba ndiyime ndiyothetha naba bantu ngoba ndithetha ngentetho abayivayo.
Chairperson, I did persuade the protesters to lay down their weapons.
Hlekazi ndaye ndafika ndabacenga phaya okokuba makubekwe phansi izixhobo.
You didn't persuade them, you tried to persuade them. If you had persuaded them, we probably wouldn't be here.
Wazama ukubacenga, abacengekanga ngabe nisingekho apha. Kunjalo.
Chairperson, in my understanding is that there's a senior officer and I expected that they could have listened to me.
I'm not criticizing you. You tried to persuade them. You didn't succeed. It wasn't your fault, but you tried to persuade them. You can't say you persuaded them, because if you persuaded them, they would have laid down their arms, and they didn't.
Wenza zonke inzame eGeneral zokubacenga kodwa bangacengeki bangavumelani nawe.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
So what you're saying, General, is at least two things. I would like you to add, if there's anything else to add. You say you try to avoid the loss of life and damage to property and injuries by negotiation and by trying to persuade them to put down their weapons. Is there anything else?
Siyayiva ke lento General ukuba wazama wena ukuba kungabikho uphalalo legazi apho ngokuthi ubacenga okokuba uthethe nabo nokuthi uzama okokuba mababeke phansi izixhobo zabo. Kukhona enye into owayenza ezinye inzame wazenza?
The other one is that the members that they were with me, they were also having the equipment that they were to protect themselves. Equipment such as the helmets, tear gas SS.
Enye into ukuthi amalungu lawo abendinawo apho beba phethe izixhobo zokuzikhusela izinto ezifana ne-helmet ezizithwala entloko baphethe ne-tear gas.
Right.
I also impromptu briefing with the commanders that I intend to apply situational appropriateness with regard to the situation of the 13th.
Ndathi ke xa ndithetha nekomanda phaya ndathi masijonge imeko ekhona sisebenze maqondana nemeko lesasikuyo ngelo xesha nge-13.
Thank you, General. General, there is a document called the National Instruction hashtag of 2012 POP crowd regulation and management during public gatherings and demonstrations. Perhaps for the sake of, so that we can identify this, if you look at White's statement, just purely for that purpose, under flag 9, WW2, exhibit WW2, at page 11. Yeah. Page 11 of WW2, pagination 65. You see in that bullet points there, have you found it, General? General, have you found it?
General.
Chairperson, correct.
You see, there's national instruction, it's got plus minus, I think that should be a hashtag, of 2012, hyphen, pop crowd regulation and management during public gatherings and demonstrations. Are you familiar with that document? Are you aware of it?
Unolwazi na lalolu oluthetha olwabhalwa ngo-2012 apho kuthethwa khona ngezindlela zokulawula izifele
Chairperson,
ndawo
I'm sorry to
zoqhankqalazo.
interrupt.
Microphone on.
I do. Okay, maybe I'm too far from it. Yes.
I'm scared by the watermark. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. I know that I just wanted to check with Ms. Pillay. I have used this document, if you remember, Chairperson, in relation to the definition of offensive measures and so on. I don't know if it was given an exhibit.
Your impression is it has been given an exhibit number?
Yes.
Well, if Ms. Pillay can't give it to us now, after the tea adjournment, which we'll be taking in a couple of minutes, she'll be able to give it to us, I hope.
Thank you.
You said you're aware of this document, General.
Correct, Chairperson.
What is the
Uthi
status
nalo
of
ulwazi
this document?
olubekwe uGeneral.
What is the status of this document?
Liyintoni lungumthetho othini phaya General ulawulo lwezifele?
It is a draft.
Incwadi ekusasetshenzwa ngayo kwangoku sengabi ngumthetho.
Does it have binding force on the police?
Ibuzo kokuba njengoba kuseyincwadi esasetshenzwa ngayo akuyo ncwadi enoqindezelo kwinsebenzo yamaphoyisa.
Is it binding on the police, General? Does it apply? Do the police use it?
No, Chairperson. The one that I still know that is binding is the Standing Order 262.
Lena ke isengasebenzi kwangoku isengabi nalo uqindezelo olunjalo. Endiyazi kokuba makusetshenzwe ngaphansi kwayo si-Standing Order 262 esingumthetho.
Ms. Pillay, can you tell us whether this draft document has been put in as exhibit? Triple G? 22, thank you.
General,
Mr. Gawala, when you reach a suitable stage for us to take the adjournment, please let me know. But it's for you to say. I don't want to interrupt you if you're in the middle of a point.
we can take it now, Chair, if you please.
Well, we'll take the tea adjournment now.
Ixesha letiye kancinci mawethu.
Movie judgment.
Now I must sign it as well because now I was not told people are buying a Father's Day gift and then the next thing is watch and then now I'm visa. Now I should have been invited for something.
Oh yeah,
Install this, then they don't have the cable.
white statement.
Thank you for letting me know. That's cool. We'll leave it chat. At least it's marked.
He wants to meet
Hello, dear. I'm good. How are you? I think somebody is different.
So, give a copy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
ETV.
So are you SABC?
What we have taken into account is the time for argument. We don't say, but we say that one day for talking, particularly in days, we don't say optimistically, maybe 3 or 4 can argue one day. It's a good 5 figures. All right, so the 77 remaining commission days, we take that into account. Excluding. So you take argument days off, that brings it down to 60 or 70. That kind of leaves us with 7 witnesses, but we testify in 6 and 10 days. 14 witnesses, we can testify between 4 and 5 days. And 35 witnesses, we can testify 2 days. Our current rate of progress is 3 or 4 days. It's okay. We make some proposals. Some of the stuff that you guys already have, which understands the other leaders who come to us, which I think you can actually do already. Parties themselves have to say to them, they would like to call ADNC, we have other witnesses we can bring to the statements and we can talk to them. And then of course, the Commission must make a determination if we can see it, we're going to do it this week. We have a test for it. You know the officer was on evidence of choosing. When I read that letter of yours, I did wrong. There was the
isn't this one of the body of
Either the body comprises 3 members to regulate its own proceedings. So the body decides that one commissioner will be attesting the information to say what the people accused are wrong. So if they took pictures and video recordings, and they go to Commission will have to rely on that particular commission
Sorry to interrupt you. You know, I struggle unless I'm using pages wrong. What are you supposed to do when you're creating an yeah, because everything it will show the text, but it doesn't show targeted figures. Like, let's say I'm importing it or whatever. Let's say I'm opening it. For example, if I have an invoice and I try to say account, so what is the best way of doing that?
So look, I'm in writing. Come back and power. How are you? That's sort of stuff. Very much.
I'll just find out how many
numbers. Agreed ukubhala i-forward for anyone. Some people are choosing 2 or 3, but it then depends on which one works best for us. But the one thing I decided philosophically is I'd rather just do 1 picture per page so that they are just big and impressive. Unless there's a justification to do 2. Let's say the picture is not great or it's a bit small. But I think our bias, you see, like there's a magazine I've got from New York, which is really big picture format. They just go bang on the page. Yeah. So anyway, if I went there, I said, okay, so that's but to teach Paul, he's also going to write for me, and then not anybody in my board. Yeah, I might even make it political.
Mandela, and then you see yeah, there's Nelson Mandela challenge. How many kills? 42. Oh, but I believe it's tougher.
So we had
7th of August.
Yeah.
And then 29th September.
29th
September.
We're going to 2022.
Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Yeah, first Sunday. September 15th. Then yes, we do October.
The commission commences. Masuk on.
Commission resumes. I've been informed, we've been informed, that Mrs. Maneni, who is the mother of Warrant Officer Maneni, who was one of the members of the police service who was killed on the 13th of August, is with us today. This is the first time she's been in and out of hospital. She had been suffering from ill health. It's the first time it's been possible for her to attend the sitting of the Commission. We want to welcome her here, so we're very pleased that she's been able to come, and we hope that she is able to get some information about her late son, which she did not previously have. We want also to extend to her, because we've extended our sympathies and condolences in the past to the relatives of other persons who died during the period that we're concerned with, but she hasn't been here before. We want to extend to her our sympathies and condolences at the loss of her son.
Mama ya mufu munene ya toka fetting mane kalali 13 rile ra ntsamanzo ya kutalana botlhoko le batho ba ba tlhokafaletseng ke family mama nene a se teng ka baka la bophelo re thabile haholo go ka yena o teng mona le yena mama re batla go mo tsebisa ka yona tselelwalo gore re utlwana botlhoko le yena ubechaza umhlekazi okubana mthakuze umama kamhlekazi umnene lo wasale kamhla singu-13 kwinyanga ka-August. Njengamaxesha agqithileyo ke sakhombisa amazwi ovela nobuhlungu nabo bonke abanye abaswelakala siyifamili naye sithi kanjalo sivuyile ukuba bekhona phakathi wethu namhla.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. Major General, you're still under oath. Mr. Ngulwana, you are continuing with the examination chief.
General.
General, on the 13th, as you are escorting the strikers, there are certain areas to which you didn't want them to go and certain areas to which you did want them to go. Can you explain briefly to the Commission what factors you took into account in determining which areas you do not want them to go?
General, ngale mini ke kwakukho indawo abefuna abaqhankqalazi baye kuzona, kukho izindawo apha bebanqanda ukuba bangayikhona. Ubuzwa ngoko kokuba yintoni wayijongile okokuba yintoni engafanele bangafani ukuya kwecala, yintoni bafanele ukuthi baye kweliya cala.
Chairperson, based on the briefing that I received of what was happening, with regard to the people that were reporting on duty of the protesters that were injured, and also the mine managers or employees that I did not where they say, I did not want that the protesters, they should go through the informal settlement or any other place, knowing that we don't know that those who might be injured, where they stay.
Uthi General ngenalo abeyifumene ke phaya ku-briefing yakusasa uye wacinga okokuba esevile nokokuba kukho ingxelo zabantu abanzakalisiwe besiya empangelweni, abanye bahlaselwa, angazi nokuba abasebenzi bahlala phi nendawo nemanejara nabanye abaphethe phaya emayini, yiko angavumanga okokuba bathi ukuya ngapha kwezindawo zokuhlala ngoba angazi okokuba ababantu bakuphi nendawo.
Chairperson, because of the public road, the railway, and also the business place that was there, I had to believe that we could not disperse them at that place.
We explained that last week.
Ngokuthi ke ngenxa yokuthi kwakukho lindlela ehamba phaya kukho nesiporo kuloliwe lona, kukho nezindawo zamabhizinisi phaya, yiko nje ndenza isigqibo sokuba asikwazi ukuthi sibasazaze kuloo ndawo.
Chairperson, through the communication that I had with them, I could hear that they are willing to go to the copy, and hence I wanted them, I decided to escort them to go to the copy.
Enye into kwavela kwingxelo yabo aba baqhankqalazi xa bethetha nami okokuba kwangokuba bazimisele ukuya phaya endulini entabeni, nami ke ndathi mabakhashwe bayiswe khona apho befuna ukuya khona.
After the event of the 16th, where at least 2 policemen were killed and 1 injured, and on, did I say, what did I say? On the 13th.
16th, you meant the 13th.
So I'm running ahead of myself, thank you. After the event of the 13th, General, was there any debriefing done?
I think you should explain what you mean by debriefing. Remember, the evidence so far has been to the effect that debriefing can either mean, as it were, psychological debriefing designed to deal with trauma of a psychological nature, and debriefing can also have the wider meaning of just obtaining information from those involved as to what happened. I think you mean the former, but perhaps you should make it clear the way you phrase the question.
Well, I move from the premise that the General knows precisely what I'm talking about, Chairperson.
Those who read the record and hear the evidence don't necessarily share that knowledge.
Umbuzo bobuza umhlekazi uNdalwana kuba emva kwesahlakalo somhla ka-13 ku-August apho kwasweleka khona amapolisa amabili, kwabakho indlela ebabiza ngayo amapolisa nikezwe okumyalelo ukolasha ngokomqondo nangokomoya na.
Now, Standing Order 262, General, and I'll explain this in a moment, requires that there be a video recording of what is termed in Standing Order 262 a debriefing. What I'm asking is, after the event of the 13th, did you do anything of the sort that is envisaged in Standing Order 262?
Kasi jonga phaya kumgaqo 262 Standing Order sithi emva kokuba kwenzeka isehlakalo esinjengalesi kufanele kube khona lentetho ifakwe nakoma ku-video.
In other words, was there an instance where the members reported to their commanders about what their individual actions were during the day?
Ngamanye amazwi ndibuza okokuba kwabakho ixesha apho amalungu amapolisa besebenza phaya ebuya umba azoripota azokwenza ingxelo kwiikhomanda zabo kokuba bona benze ntoni.
Sorry, I said during the day, I meant during that event.
Ngexesha leso sehlakalo.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
There was a debriefing between the members and the commanders, and the commanders also with the operational commander.
Ewe yabakho into enjengaleyo phakathi kwamalungu neekomanda zabo kwathi emva koko kwaba ziikomanda eziza kumphathi jikelele overall commander bezokwenza lonke.
Do you know if there was any psychological assessment of the members who were involved in the event of the 13th of August 2012?
Ngoku ngokwazi kwakho ke kumalunga lawo abekhona apho kwenzeka isehlakalo somhla ka-13 kwabakho ukuthi bake bajongwe okokuba basalunge kahle na ngokwengqondo kokuba ngachubeka nomsebenzi.
A psychological debriefing was done.
Say that again for the benefit of the interpreter.
A psychological debriefing, it was done.
Yenziwa loo nto kokuba bake bathi uhlolwa ngokomqondo.
Do you know if there was any video recorder of what you call the debriefing by the members to their commanders?
Exesha amalungu amapolisa azokwenza ingxelo kwiikhomanda zabo kwabakho umfanekiso othathwayo kwevideo.
I don't know, Chairperson.
Andinalwazi.
Were video operators present after the event during the day?
Babekhona aba bathatha ivideo emva kwesehlakalo esingalowo mini.
The video operators were always there.
Bebekhona lonke ixesha ababevideo.
I suppose it's for them to explain if they did and what they did, and if not, why they didn't do it, not for you, General.
Apho ke kuzawuba ngabo bazawuchaza okokuba xa bebafanele bathatha imifanekiso yintoni bangayithathanga sinawubuza wena, General.
In the preparation of the report, in relation now to the 16th of August 2012, the answer may or may not be the same, I don't know, General. When you decided that you do not want the protesters to go to Nganeng, what factors did you take into account?
Ngoku ke kwimalungiselelo zehlakalo zange-16 xa uthi amalunga awufuni.
Well, hasn't this point been covered already last week? What's the point of reading the evidence again? Does it gain extra cogency by being repeated?
Umgcini sihlalo sike sagqitha kule nto uye wayichaza kule viki egqithileyo kokuba yintoni abengafuni baye ngasenkanini.
I thought that evidence was covered in relation to the 13th, Chairperson, but I'm happy to move.
I thought he spoke about the 16th as well, if a number of people here are nodding their heads. Not today, of course, but we did have evidence last week, you'll remember. I know it was another week, but that's no reason why it should be repeated.
Ngcinga okokuba yayivele le nto kule viki egqithileyo hayi namhlanje le viki egqithileyo kuba wasinike isizathu sokuba yintoni abebamnqanda okokuba bangayi ngasekuhlaleni xa enkanini.
General, in your statement and in your evidence thus far, you haven't given any detailed account of the shooting on the 16th of August 2012. Are you able to explain why not?
Kubungqina bakho bonke ke General kude kube ngoku awukazange okokuba usinike usixelele okokuba phaya xa kuzawudutyulwana mhla ka-16 kwakwenzeke ntoni. Unayo inkcazelo mhlawumbe ongakwazi ukusinika yona?
No, Chairperson, because I was not on those scenes.
I understand your evidence to be that firstly you were in the jock, and because you couldn't ascertain from the jock what exactly was happening, you decided to get into a helicopter, and the helicopter you were in was the coin helicopter, which was regarded, which was described incorrectly as a London helicopter, but that had a height restriction. It couldn't fly below a certain altitude. Is that right? So therefore, you could only, what you saw was all that you could see from quite a high altitude. Is that correct?
Ingxelo yakho General ndithi usithi wawuphaya kwijoko uthe xa kwijoko ungakwazi ukubona uba kwenzeka ntoni wasewenza isigqibo sokuba mawuqabele ichopper lo wangena kuyo ileya wacoin ke eyayibambela phezulu into wawuyibona apho wawukwazi ukubona nje ungakwazi ukubona kakuhle izinto ezenzeka apho ngendlela eyayibambela phezulu ngakhona leya kwacoin.
Correct, Chairperson.
In the one, my colleague Commissioner Hemrod says that though he gave evidence about the factors he took into account when he gave advice that he claims that he gave to the Provincial Commissioner on the Thursday the 16th, it may be that you wish to lead slightly fuller evidence than that in regard to the factors taken into account and so forth. So I shouldn't have stopped you, because unless you feel that point was adequately covered, because if it wasn't adequately covered, then it would be wrong for me to stop you.
Funa ukuba amnqande umhlekazi ungalana kuze nimbuzo mhlawumbe kho izinto ezithize afuna ukuziveza ngaphandle kwengxelo abesesixelele ngayo general ukuba wenza report ethini commission.
Let me just understand, Chair, is the issue about the briefing of the Major General to the PC about moving on to the next three?
You asked him a question as to his reasons for wanting to stop the people from going to Inkaneng. And I said that I thought that had been covered. What I had in mind was the reasons that he claims to have given to the Provincial Commissioner around about 12 o'clock in support of what he says was his decision that Stage 3 should be implemented. And I thought that covered the point. But if I'm wrong and you wanted to lead some other evidence, or perhaps wider evidence on the point from him, then it was wrong for me to stop you, and I'm giving you permission to do that if you wish.
Apha ukubuza ngokuba isizathu esenza okokuba angavumeli aba bantu bangene abangasenkanini intoni uthi ubecinga ngengxelo ugeneral ayenza ku-provincial commissioner phaya ko-12 phambi kokuba kuthathwe kungene emgangathweni lo wesithathu uthi xa kukho eminye imibuzo afuna ukumbuza yona emaqondana nesizathu sakhe sokuba yintoni babengafuni uba bangene apha enkanini umnika igunya lokuba enze njalo umhlekazi uNgalwana.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. General, when preparing and debating Operation Platinum, which we now understand was prepared from the 14th, the evening of the 14th going forward. There was a decision, and I'm not going to use the technical terms that the experts use about negative and positive attractions. There was a decision that the protesters should not be allowed to, or in other words, should not be dispersed towards the Career side, or the Nkaneng side, but rather to be disturbed onto the open ground towards the west. You recall that?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask that the witness not be led on this, because I am actually going to be cross-examining him around the directions that the protesters were intended to disperse towards.
Mr. Nkudwana will be able to ask the question in a non-leading way to elicit the information that he wants. If it is leading, then obviously we will stop him. But he can ask the question in a non-leading fashion to elicit this information if he considers it important.
Angamfaki amazwi ngoba umhlekazi uMatanga uthi into afuna ukuyibuza ayiqondisise kakuhle ekubuzeni kwakhe imibuzo kokuba yintoni eyabangela ukuba bafuna ukuba bekwelinye icala bangayi kwelinye.
General, I don't want us to put up slides again. Everyone remembers the Exhibit L181. Which direction did the police intend to disperse the people on the 16th of August, according to the plan?
Ukuya ngelicebo ke General, ngomhla ka-16 amapolisa abe injongo yawo yayintoni ukuba aba bantu basasazelwe ukuya kweliphi icala.
To make it easier, the police were facing westwards. Nkaneng was behind them, which is east.
Andithi amapolisa abejonge emntshona.
Mr. Chairman, the question is inaccurate. Sitting here, I'm in a position to say that I do not agree that the whole of Nkaneng was behind the police line. There is that part of Nkaneng which is to the far northeast, and that was by no means behind the police. And should I refer to, I think it's Exhibit E 14.1, and I think that makes the point quite clearly.
Uthi umhlekazi uMatanga ayinyonyani lento kokuba amapolisa njengoba bemi phaya Nkaneng ila nasemva kwabo empuma. Uthi xa ujonga kakuhle kukho ingxenye ethize yeNkaneng engasemntla mpuma.
One looks at slide 150, exhibit L. I take it that what is described as the greater squatter camp is in Nkaneng. One can see there where the police lines were. One can also see where north is. So the question, I think, may have to be reframed to bring it in line with the correct point of the compass.
May I ask the technicians to put slide H11 on the...
The point about H11, it doesn't show the whole of Nkaneng. That's the point.
Enye ingxenye yayo ivelile ngasemntla-mpuma xa ujonge umva wamapolisa.
Chairperson, are you happy I proceed with this slide, or do you want me to go to slide 150 of Exhibit L?
You can lead the evidence the way you wish. What I'm saying to you is that you will bear in mind that the whole of Nkaneng is not visible on this particular slide. But if you bear that in mind, then you can carry on.
The point that's sought to be made, it really doesn't make any difference whether the whole of Nkaneng is shown. But could the the technician show slide 150, please. I know it's short notice.
Xa bengasibonisa umfanekiso 150.
General, do you see slide 150 on the monitor?
Bozokwayibona general slide 150 esesivezwe phaya kumfanekiso ngoku.
The vehicles depicted in red and blue, what does that represent?
Inqwele ezivele phaya ngombala obomvu noluhlaza blue.
It represents the nyalas that they had trailers of the barbed wire.
Zinyala ezizazilandela zinqwela eziziphethe ucingo ololuhlabayo.
Now, behind that line, in other words, to the right of the red and blue lines, that's east. To the left of it is west. Naturally, to the north of it is north, to the bottom is south. Which direction did the police intend to disperse the protesters to?
Umfanekiso ke ukhomba okokuba xa uya ngemva kwamapolisa njengoba bemile phaya ngasempuma kweli cala ngasentshona xa uza apha ezantsi isouth xa usiya phezulu entla kusemntla
to the westerly direction.
babeqonda okokuba batshalwe basuse beze apha ngasentshona.
Why did the police, or put it this way, did the police not want why did the police not want the protesters to go to the east? In other words, behind the police line as depicted on that slide.
Intoni yenza amapolisa angabavumeli ukuba beze apha ngakuwo bagqithe kuwo baye empuma.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, I don't think the issue about leading the witness on this point has obviously not been heeded in respect of this question, of this very last question.
Well, let's see what the single one says about that. What do you say about that, Mr. Nguwan?
I'll rephrase the question, Chair. What factors, General, did you take into account in deciding that the protesters should be dispersed towards the east and not towards the west? Towards the west and not towards the east.
Intoni ke yakwenza general bawucinga ngolo hlobo okokuba aba baqhankqalazi basansu bafanele ukuthi basasazwe bayise ngasentshona bangavunyelwa okokuba baye ngasempuma.
Chairperson, the Vonderkop hostel here.
Apho ndolata khona ihostel yase Vonderkop.
We didn't want to come, they should come there because of what has happened on the report which I spoke that happened on Saturday.
Ndingafuna okokuba beze kuloo ndawo ngale ngxelo esendithethile ngayo kwisehlakalo esenzeka phaya ngoMgqibelo.
Just also, not very far from Vonderkop hostel, there is also a satellite police station.
Apha ke xa usuka phaya eVonderkop usiya nje kancinci kufuphi nalapho kukhona i-police station lincinci.
On this side here, the one that is a little bit grayish, that is a power station which we do not want they should come here avoiding the stampede.
Phaya ndolatha khona kula kukhona i-power station khona sasingafuni ukuba baye apho ngoba kwakuzawubakho ukunyathelana apho.
When we disperse them on the westerly direction, they could go also to the career hostel.
Why would you want them to go to the career hostel, General?
there was also a report that the majority of them were also coming from the career hostel.
Sasenziwa ingxelo sasifumene ukuba uninzi baba bantu bahlala phaya eGareni.
And then on this was a forward-holding area 2. We also said that some of the members should just be here for in case when they move to career, they should also not come here.
Phaya uvele khona FHA 2 indawo yokulinda yamapolisa abexelela ukuba athi ukungenela phakathi azokwazi ukuthi xa abantu beza kwelo cala akwazi ukubanqanda baye.
General, where was the NUM office situated?
The office leNUM likuphi xa asibonisa lona phaya?
On that slide.
It is somewhere at this direction, which I also indicated with Vonorkop Hostel.
The office leNUM liphaya ngakwi hostel yaseVonorkop apho ndike ndolatha khona.
It was also not very far from that satellite police station.
Kufuphi nale police station encinci phana.
We did also consider that if some of the members should come to Nkaneng, just 50 meters there, they could come there, but not in a group of 10 or 20. Individually, they could move to Nkaneng.
Sasinako okokuba phaya apha bendolatha khona besizawuvuma ukuba bangene kodwa bangangeni ngobuninzi. Xa bengena ngamnye ngababili ngabathathu bangavunyelwa okokuba baye Enkaneng.
I'm sorry, General, I don't understand that. What do you mean that they could come there individually and not in groups of 10?
Ubuzwa okokuba andivisisi kakuhle xa uthi bebangavunyelwa xa bengangena bengamaqela amancinci aya amakhulu.
Chairperson, I did testify that if they move in the group of 10, we could still have approached them to disperse to a smaller group. Because because normally when they enter in that group, we also thought that they might also take their frustrations to whatever businesses are there. Or psychologically speaking, while they're still in groups, they normally also they can continue with other violent actions. But when they are acting individually, they will also take individual decisions and they will disperse and go home.
General, did the police at any stage before the deployment of barbed wire allow people as individuals to go towards the Nkaneng side?
General, umuntu xa ebeza eyedwa esiza eyedwa eshona ngaseNkaneng ubevunyelwa ukuba aqithe apho noma ubenqanda.
Sorry, let me rephrase that question. Was it contemplated in the plan that people as individuals would be allowed to go towards Nkaneng?
We plan kwicebo elalibhaliwe kwakutshiwo nokokuba umuntu xa ehamba eyedwa hamba ngamnye uyavunyelwa ukuba.
That sounds a bit like a leading question, Mr. Ngwana. Where is this plan that you're referring to? What is the exhibit? Where do those words appear?
I'll move on, Chair. General, it's been suggested that holding a 9-day meeting at Potchefstroom was intended as collusion, in other words, to collude as the police. What's your response to that?
Kuthiwa apha le meeting eyayibanjwe phaa ePotchefstroom ngamapolisa kwakula kwakuyoboswa khona icebo lokuba kuyawuthiwane apha niyawuthini nithini.
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalo.
It's been suggested that inasmuch as there was an investigation by IPID, the police should have sought the opinion of IPID whether or not it was appropriate to hold those meetings. Do the police usually seek the advice of IPID about how they should conduct their business as the police?
Kuthiwa apha ke amapolisa befanele okokuba abuze i-IPID okokuba ingabanjwa na ingxelo njengalena. Umbuzo ke ukuthi nina njengesipolisa niye nifumane amacebo noma nibuzwe mhlawumbe.
Who said that? I can't remember. I'm not saying you're incorrect in putting it, but I just can't remember who suggested that.
It's Mr. White, Chair of the
Mr. White, right, okay. I'll find the reference myself. If that's what Mr. White said, you can carry on.
427, Chair. The answer in paragraph 4.2.7 of White's statement, Chair. General, is the police in the habit of seeking the advice of IPID about how the police should do their work?
Indlela ensebenza ngayo leyo general okokuba amapolisa abuza phaya kwi-IPID kokuba masebenze ngendlela enjani.
Chairperson, no.
Well, I'm not sure if you're summarising Mr. White's point accurately. What Mr. White says, it's page 74 of your bundle, page 20 of the statement. The statement being Exhibit WW2. What he says is, in addition, this is in addition to the point made in 4.2.6, which is also critical about what the Potchefstroom process, but in another respect. He says, in addition, given that there was an IPID investigation into the incident, I would have expected that the SABC had notified the senior investigating officer at IPID of their intention to hold the meeting at Potchefstroom and to set out to that officer the scope and purpose of the meeting in order to seek their opinion on whether it was appropriate. In other words, they're not asking permission. They're simply seeking, rather, what Mr. White has suggested should be done is that the opinion of IPID could be obtained as to whether what was envisaged was appropriate. He goes on to say, I've not seen any indication that such notification was given. So I think you've summarised it incorrectly, if I may say so, but summarise it correctly. Well, you don't have to now. I read it. Perhaps we can just get the witnesses' response to the opinion expressed by Mr. White in that paragraph.
Amapolisa bekufanele afumane igunya kwi-IPID kokuba abambe le nhlanganiso phaya ukuthi kodwa ke bebafanele ngokubona kwakhe uWhite ukuthi bake bayiveze le nto emapoliseni okokuba sifuna ubamba inhlangano enjengalena le beve kokuba uthi bathini bona aba bakwa-IPID.
Well, with your leave, Chair, I shall do that. That's precisely what I was trying to avoid. I didn't want to put an expert's opinion to the witness to give his opinion on what the expert says, but let's make an exception in this regard. General, the opinion of Mr. White is that the police should have sought the advice of IPID as regards whether or not it was appropriate to hold the Potchefstroom meetings. Here's the question I want to ask you. I don't want to deal with White's opinions. The question is this: is the police in the habit of seeking the opinion of IPID in relation to the appropriateness or otherwise of the police action?
Let's get his answer first. I think I know where you're coming from. I want to raise a point as well, but if I may be permitted on this occasion to put my point before you. Let's get his answer.
Ngesicelo nina njengamapolisa niye nifune i-advice evela kwi-IPID ngemisebenzi enizakuyenza ngoba into enjengale sinanifuna ukuyibamba phaya ePotchefstroom iyindlela na into efanele ukuba yenziwe nibuzo kuba IPID ucinga ntoni ngayo.
Chairperson, no, I do not know of any policy that might that I should or I may ask an opinion from the IPID.
Akukho nyani umthetho noma umthetho nqubo ochoyo kokuba manibuze ku-IPID okokuba nisebenze ngeyiphi indlela njengamapolisi.
The events at Marikana were the subject of investigations being conducted by IPID. The normal practice under the standing orders is incidents of that kind are followed by a review and a briefing is set out in the standing order. Is it usual practice by the police to depart from what is said in the standing order, and even though IPID are investigating the matter, to have a conference of the kind that was held at Potchefstroom?
Umbuzo yilona kokuba esehlakalo sasemarikana sasiphandwa ngaba be-IPID. Ngoku ke ungenelelo lamapolisa ayobamba intlanganiso ngayo leyo nto ePotchefstroom kwakuyinto eyayifanele ukuba yenzeke.
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of this usual practice in 262 that says IPID should be involved.
No, I didn't say IPID should be involved. I said, is it the usual practice? Here was a case IPID were investigating. A whole series of dockets, charges that were being investigated. It's not the usual practice to depart from the standing order and not have a debriefing in the full sense and a review. It's conceded that the Potchefstroom process was different. Whether it's appropriate or inappropriate, it's a matter that we're not busy with at the moment. It was different from what's envisaged in the standing order. There were reasons given to why there was a departure. We're not busy with that either. The only point is, you talk about the practice of the police in situations of this kind, and I'm asking him whether a situation of this kind had ever arisen before. Have there ever been a process such as the Potchefstroom process, which differed from the process set out in the standing order? That's the question. If there hadn't been, then it's not possible to say what the police's practice is normally in a situation like that if there never had been a situation like that before. That's the question. What's the answer?
Xa sibuza ke ngento esisiqhelo ukufanele ukuba into ebeyike yenzeka ngaphambilini ubuza lowo mbuzo kokuba emva kokuba kwenzeke le nto yasemarikana apho i-IPD ngenele iphanda nayo nani nayo kwenza le nto le debriefing le ngxelo phaya ngaphansi komthetho eninawo standing order 262 kukho enye into enjengale ekenzeka ngaphambilini enibeni ngajonga kuyo kokuba ngaphambilini sasebenza ngalindlela nalindlela.
No, Chairperson, because this was the first one.
It's a subject it will be a subject of debate whether it was appropriate, but that's not what we're busy with at the moment. The fact is, it was a unique process, and the police would say, as a result of the fact that this was a unique occurrence, but we don't have to debate that at the moment. It was a unique occurrence, wasn't it, having a process like the Potchefstroom process?
Nditsho nami okokuba nyhani akukho enye ngaphambili eyake yenzeke efana nale eyaba nesidingo sokokuba kuyawubanjwa le ntlanganiso yasePotchefstroom eyayenzeke ngaphambilini.
Chairperson, as I explained earlier on, the Potchefstroom was to collate the information for the Commission.
Njengoba senditshilo ngaphambilini mhlekazi into eyenza okokuba kubekho le nhlangano yasePotchefstroom kulapha kuyoxela khona kulungiselwa ikomishini yasityunjiwe ngelo xesha.
General, was the person who was appointed as the operational commander for Operation Platinum a person who was trained or not trained in crowd management?
Umuntu wayebekwe njengecommander phaya ephethe i-Operation Platinum ngumuntu owafumana uqeqesho POP, Public Order Policing, ukujongana nesithreat.
Correct, Chairperson. Dear colleagues, the provincial head operational responses.
Ubrigadier colleagues, okuyena wayebekiwe nguye owaqeqeshwa.
Is he trained in crowd management?
ulawulo lwezihlwele uye wafumana uqeqesho?
Correct, Chairperson. He has got extensive experience in crowd management.
Ewe unamava agqithileyo apha ekulawulweni kwezihlwele.
On the 16th, well, in relation to the 16th of August, the preparation of the plan, did the police anticipate that the crowd or the protesters or the strikers would attack the police upon placing of barbed wire?
Kwilento eyenzeka phaya nge-16 ke kwake kwabakho mhlawumbe ukucinga okokuba bangahle basihlasele aba bantu ezihlwele phaya xa kudlalwa ucingo olu.
No, Chairperson.
Azange zibe nengcinga ezinjalo.
In your experience, have you used barbed wire before? And just explain to the chairperson, to the commission, what the result of the use of barbed wire was.
Ngoku ke ngokwazi kwakho nakamava onawo ekulawuleni kwezihlwele kuye kwenzeke ntoni xa kudlalwa olu cingo luye lube nafuthe lini kwaba bantu baqhankqalazayo?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo.
Can you give an example of an incident where you used a barbed wire and explain what the result was in that instance?
Ngake usinike apho nalisebenzisa khona olu cingo kwisehlakalo esithize salisebenzisa imphumela yaba yile ilandelayo.
Chairperson, in 2010, I had a very unusual, a very crowd management situation in Ventersdorp where Mr. Eugene Treblanche was killed.
Ngonyaka ka-2010 ndiye ndaba nento enjengalena izihlwele abantu abaninzi kakubi phaya eVentersdorp xa kubulewe umhlekazi uEugene Treblanche.
When the court, when different members of the community attended the court proceedings, I had on the other hand the AWB members, on the other hand I had also the ANC Youth League and the community.
Apho ke kwakukho abahlali bakulaa ndawo babegcwele apho ekhotho kwathi kwelinye icala kwabakho abantu beqembu le-AWB kwathi apha kwabakhona ANC Youth League.
Chairperson, I did use the barbed wire to separate the police, the different groups that I've mentioned through the barbed wire, and there was no attack.
Njengoba nditshilo ke sasebenzisa khona lona olucingo oluhlabayo ukuhlukanisa ezihlwele zabantu nokukhusela amapolisa kwelinye icala azange kubekho sehlakalo.
General, having apprised of all the evidence that's been given thus far, having seen the exhibits and the various statements, having reflected, what would you say explains, if one can use that term advisedly, the tragedy of the 16th and the 13th of August 2012?
Relates to both the 13th and the 16th. Perhaps it might be sensible to break it up into two, because there may be a different explanation for the 13th as opposed to the 16th.
Asayibonile yonke into eyenzeke apha ugeneral asefile nento eyenzekile angaba nayo inkcazo nayo ukuba imbangela yezi zehlakalo okokuqala sesomhla ka-13 sabangwa yintoni nesi somhla ka-16 sabangwa yintoni.
Are you able to proffer an explanation for the tragedy of the 13th, if one can so describe? I take it one can so describe the events of the 13th as a tragedy. It certainly resulted in the tragic deaths of a number of people. Are you able to give us an explanation based on your understanding of what happened?
Yintoni eyaba imbangela yezi zehlakalo ezimbini sesika-13 noma singalingani nesi somhla ka-16?
On the 13th, The tragedy, if I have to put it in my own words, because I was there, it is when the police were charged at and they defended themselves.
Kwe-13 ke ndiza kuyichaza le nto ngoba ndikhona apho kwenzeka ngolu hlobo. Kuthe amapolisa xa ebona ukuba ayahlaselwa kwaba nesidingo sokokuba azikhusele.
Or defended their colleagues.
Okukanye xa engabezikhuseli wona akhusela abo oogxa babo ubomi babo babusengozini.
Chairperson, on the 16th,
sihlalo ngomhla ka-16.
I was not on the scene, but the first scene, because the second scene I might not be in a position to say. On the first scene, when I look at the video, I saw that there was a group charging at the police.
Esi somhla ka-16 noma bendingekho apho kodwa xa ndijonga imifanekiso lo oephaya kwisehlakalo esi sokuqala ndibone xa kukho olu hlaselo ngabaqhankqalazi beza emapoliseni.
Chairperson, that also I could attribute it to private or self-defense.
Naloo nto ndayijonga ke njengento eyanyanzelisa amapolisa okokuba azikhusele wona ikanene akhusele oogxa babo.
But what happened, what is now known as scene 2, I'm not in a position to comment.
Kwisehlakalo esi sisazi ngoku ukuba sesibili andinalo ulwazi lapho andinawuba nantetho.
Thank you, Chairperson. Those are the questions for the week.
Thank you, Mr. Mwana.
Ndiyabulela Mhlekazi.
Mr. Madlanga.
General, let me start first by suggesting a theory to you. And that theory is that of all the SABC members, you were one that actually foresaw loss of life.
Mandibeke ngohlobo ke general okokuba kuwo onke amalungu amapolisa abekhona apho umuntu owaba nembono okokuba kungahle kwenzeke kubekho uphalalo legazi apha kwaba nguwe.
And that foresight manifested itself both on 13 and 15 August 2012.
Yaba
13, 15.
The question is the 13th the Monday and the 15th the Wednesday.
Yes.
Ngemini ezimbili ke-15 wawusunawo lo mbono kwathi nake-15 wabanawo lo mbono.
I want you to comment right at the end, because from the testimony that you've given, I would imagine that you will not agree with me with regard to the 15th. And had your story, your testimony been along those lines, you would have come out as one of the SABC members who conducted themselves relatively well with regard to the Marikana events.
Uthi xa kumina bakho bebonisa le nto ke njengoba kwakuyimbono yakho phaya general bekuzawutshiwo okokuba nguwe umuntu oziphatha ngeyona ndlela eyayifanele kuso sonke isehlakalo sasemarikana.
Chair, isn't that an assessment that the Commission can make, not for Council?
Council, Council presumably will give the reasons. He said he's going to give a number of factors first before the witness answers. The Council is entitled to put the assessment which he will argue at the end of the evidence. We will of course then be invited to decide whether that assessment is correct or incorrect. And your side may well argue that that assessment is an incorrect one and give your reasons. But I think if this is what Council is going to argue, provided he doesn't just put the bare assessment but puts the facts on which it is based, which would obviously be circumstantial and not direct evidence, there's nothing wrong with it.
umhlekazi ungalana uthi ke apha akusona isigqibo sifanele senziwe ugeneral eso sigqibo fanele ukuthi ekugqibeleni senziwe ikomishini lena ngokwayo umgcinisilalo necommission uthi uyathemba ngokuba kuzaziveza izizathu ezenza ukuba umhlekazi uMadlanga ayibeke ngolu hlobo.
Sorry, Chair, sorry to interrupt. I don't want to be dilatory, but I just wanted some certainty so that I know going forward what the position is. My understanding, and the chairperson will correct me if I'm wrong, was that if the commission is in as good a position as council to make an assessment, then council shouldn't do that. Now, I need to know what the parameters
to witnesses.
are.
The witness, the rulings were given on the basis, you can't ask a witness for his opinion, his or her opinion, on a matter which the commission is well able to form an opinion on. It doesn't prevent council from arguing what the opinion is to which the commission should come. It doesn't prevent council, if some kind of value judgment is required, in asserting the reasons upon which the suggested value judgment is based. That, I think, is in accordance with the rulings I've given from time to time, and that's the correct approach. You will also, of course, be able, I understand, when you cross-examine witnesses, you and your people from your side, to do the same. So, I think the questioning is in order.
Uyavumela ukuba ungabuzwa lo mbuzo umhlekazi uthi ke noma kusisigqibo esizokwenziwa uye ummeli unalo igunya lokuba abuze into enjengaleyo xa izaba uncedo ekwenzeni isigqibo ekugqibeleni commission.
But the testimony that you have given in the end, and this we will argue, and I trust, or at least hope, that the basis for the argument will come out of the cross-examination that will follow. The testimony that you have given in the end paints you in a rather bad light as opposed to the initial impressions that one had.
Uthi umhlekazi uMadlanga general ke kodwa into oyithethe apha ngasekugqibeleni ekungqineni bakho ibeka wena ngoku ebubini xa sijonga intetho yakho nemibono obukade unayo apha ekuqaleni kwale nto.
And we will suggest that the reason for you giving the evidence that you have given is not wanting to break rank with the stance that SABC has taken in presenting its case before this commission.
Siza kuyibeka ke le nto general okokuba into eyenza okokuba unikeze okungqinani ceba ukuthetha ngabo abasegqibeleni okokuba ungafuni wena ukuba wohluke kule ndlela amanye amapolisa onke SAPS ayibeka ngayo.
Do you agree with what I've just suggested to you?
Uyavumelana nale nto ndithi ukuyibeka kuwe ngoku general?
Well, Chair, I'm not sure which proposition the witness is asked to agree with. There's been a number of propositions that's been put. I've recorded at least 3. There may be more. The one is he foresaw loss of life.
I think you're correct. The objection raised is we put a number of propositions and you're not asking him to comment. Now asking him to comment. It's not clear which of the propositions you're asking him to agree with. Perhaps you can attend to that defect of the questioning and then we can proceed.
Bathi makayibeke icace ke okokuba umahluko onjani lo awubekayo okokuba ayibeke icace sive kakuhle.
Do you agree that you foresaw the loss of life both on the 13th and 15th of August?
Mandubuza kanje lo mbuzo mhlekazi. Uyavuma okokuba waba wena nembono yokuba kungahle kube kho uphalalo legazi apha nge-13 nange-15 wawusoyibonile le.
Chairperson, the loss of life that I was talking about is also very clear on the 004. It was what has happened since the 11th and then currently, and what might also happen in the future, but not necessarily what could have happened on the 16th.
Into bendithetha ngayo apha uphalalo legazi lenzeka kusuka ngomhla ka-11.
Let's take it step by step. As far as the 13th was concerned, you did not accept the advice of the senior officers who were with you because you took the view that if that advice that they were giving you were implemented, you would have another Tatani kind of incident. Is that correct?
Andithi mhlekazi ngomhla ka-13 awuvumelanga nee-officers eziwawunazo phaya okokuba kwenziwe ngale ndlela bebefuna ngayo ngoba ungafuni okokuba kwenzeke esinye isehlakalo esifana nesiya sikatatani kunjani?
Correct, Chairman.
You were referring to the incident at Vicksburg where there was loss of life. In the course of police action. Is that right?
Apho kwabakhona ukusweleka komuntu ngesizathu sesenzo samapolisa kunjani?
Correct, Chairperson.
On the 15th, you said in I think it's 004 that if you were to implement the advice given or accede to the request made to you by Mr. Zakwana, the president of NUM, to disarm the strikers, that there would be bloodshed.
15 wathi xa umhlekazi uzokwana athi maphutshuke kuyothathela aba bantu izixhobo wathi wena uvumelana nale nto ngoba ingahle ibe nophalalo legazi kunjani?
That, I think, is the basis of the question. Am I correct, Mr. Mdlanga?
Yes, it is.
Perhaps you could take it further from there.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. Chair, perhaps my learned friend can put it into context because the witness did explain what he meant by there will be bloodshed.
No, I think you're correct. Mr. Ngulwana says that you should put that into context in the light of this evidence that the witness has given us, where he claims that he was lying when he said that. I think that's the context that Mr. Ngulwana is referring to. Am I right?
No, Chair, he didn't say he was lying. He gave a context to...
No, he said he was lying when he said that to Zakwana. That was his evidence.
I don't want to testify from the bar, but he talked about a strategic...
Yes, he never
said he was lying.
I know the explanation he gave. I was just putting it in simple language. But Mr. Ngulwana, perhaps you could put the context... Sorry, Mr. Mdlanga, perhaps you could put the context so that Mr. Ngulwana will be satisfied.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would rather not, because then that would run counter the very thesis that I am advancing, which will lead to my last proposition to him, which is that he is now changing in order to make his story to be in line with the case that SABC is putting forth before this commission. So that is why in the proposition, so if he wants to put that context, he should do that himself, Mr. Chairman.
You say it should be done in re-examination?
I
take it when Mr. Mdlanga questions you about what you said on the evening of the Wednesday the 15th, you're aware of the context in which you spoke?
Kwintetho yakho yange-15 August usakhumbula okokuba wathini ubuwazi nokuba uyithetha ngoluphi uhlobo loo nto?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
Just to be clear on that last answer, General, are you saying that, of course, during the evening of the 16th, 15th rather, you probably would not have been aware that the events of the 16th would take place.
But mandiyibeke ngolu hlobo ke General okokuba xa uthetha le nto nge-15 phaya ngokuhlwa ubunganalo ulwazi okokuba kuya kwenzeka ntoni ngemini elandela ukuba le ntlekele izokwenzeka nge-16 kunjani? Ubunganalo ulwazi okokuba izokwenzeka le nto nge-16.
What I want to establish from you is whether you are suggesting that whatever the date of a dispersal or a stage 3, if it were ever to take place, are you suggesting that you never foresaw that it might lead to loss of life?
Uthi ngoku General xa kuyaphaya okusasa ekuhlukaniseni kwaba bantu xa bayohlukaniswa awuzange ucinge okokuba kungahle kubekho uphalalo legazi apha uyibone loo nto uba kuyoba uphalalo legazi phaya?
Chairperson, I just want the question be repeated in terms of is it now in line with what I said to Mr. Zokwan or is another proposition?
Umangacacisa lo mbuzo kokuba
I am asking you about the implementation of a dispersal process. Are you saying that when you applied your mind to that happening, that is a dispersal, or the implementation of stage 3, you never foresaw that it might lead to loss of life? Is that the last answer we should take from you?
Umbuzo wokugqibela lona mhlekazi. Ndithi xa ucinga ngesinyathelo esasizawuthatha sokuba basasazwe aba bantu noma yeyo kwenzeka nini leyo nto, akuzange kufike apha kuwe emqondweni okokuba kungahle kubekho uphalalo legazi apho?
No, Chairperson.
Anzange ndicinge ngolo.
Now, lastly, on my theory, do you agree, because I've been asked to deal with these one by one, do you disagree that you have in fact changed your story from one that actually had foresight of loss of life starting as far back as the 13th of August? You have changed your story so as not to break rank with the story that SABC is now putting forth before this commission.
Kunjalo ke general okokuba ingcewa unazo phaya kwi-13 okokuba wenze yonke into ukuba kungabikho uphalalo lwegazi njengoba ususibekele njena, usuyazi uyayitshintsha ngoku loo nto ukuze ihambelane nendlela i-SAPS ifuna ukuba ivele ngayo le ndaba.
Chair, perhaps our learned friend could direct us to the evidence of the police person who testified to what my learned friend is putting to the witness and saying the witness is changing that story. I'm not aware of any such evidence.
Muthi umhlekazi uMbhalane andiyazi ke le nto umhlekazi uMadlanga athetha ngayo okokuba ufuna indlela lenkcazelo yakhe ihambelane nale ibekwa ngamapolisa. Andiyazi ukuba le yamapolisa ithini.
What Mr. Nguwala is asking you to do is to explain to the witness, just in case he doesn't understand, what the story is that you say is now changing. And he also wants to know what is the story that SABC is putting forward. I think that is I'm not saying your point correctly. Forgive me.
First, thank you, Chair. Firstly, what is the story with which the general is, or from which the general is departing? And secondly, who in the police gave such a story in evidence under oath?
Uthi umhlekazi ufuna umchazelo okokuba ingxelo athi uyayiguqula ngoku ugeneral yeyiphi ukuze ihambelane nale iveze ngamapolisa atsho nokuba liveze ngamapolisa ithini.
May I ask to deal with the last part? It doesn't have to have been a case put forth under oath. I've just said the case put forth before this commission that maybe by way of opening addresses and the slides and so on and so on. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a story given to or put forth before.
That refers to evidence that's been given to you up to now.
Yes, yes.
Ntetho ezivele apha ngezincwadi ezilethe ngamakwebo kokuba amapolisa ayibeka ngoluphi oluhlobo kungekho polisa elela ingqina leyo nto kodwa nje.
Effectively, your point relates, as I understand you, to the entire SABC presentation.
Yes, yes.
All right, okay. Which I take it the witness is aware of.
Yes.
So he's not put at disadvantage in answering the question. He's not in a disadvantage, therefore, in answering the question.
It should not be. It should not be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The part was related to what statement he made, which you say he's now changed. I think that point is well taken. You must put that to the witness.
What I say he is departing from is, or what I say you are departing from, General, is on the 13th, there is a group of 100 to 200 people, according to your estimation, gathered next to a railway line, and you take the view that if the police attempt to disarm and disperse them, there will be another Tatane, and you decide that that should not be done. And then in the evening of the 15th of August, of course we know you denied it, but that is exactly why I say you are changing your story. On the 15th of August in the evening, you say to Mr. Zokwana, how do we disarm that large group of people? How do you disarm somebody who has in their possession a panga and you have a firearm and the person tells you, I'm not giving you this firearm? What happens? In essence, what you say is that somebody will die. That is the story that I am suggesting to you, you are now changing. You had foresight that people might die if the police attempted to disarm those heavily armed people. That, I suggest to you, is the view that you held throughout, consistently. And I now suggest to you, and I say, indicate if you disagree with me, I suggest to you that you are changing from that because you do not want to break rank with the case that SABC is advancing, which case is not suggesting that they foresaw loss of life in implementing stage 3 on the 16th. Do you agree with me or don't you?
Uvumelana nami apha General xa ndisithi ingxelo yakho kusuka nge-13 zika-August uthe kwakukho abantu abalikhulu ukuya kumakhulu amabili phaya ngasesiporweni wabona okokuba ngemeko yayikho apho wenza isigqibo sokuba anikwazi okokuba nibanqande aba bantu nibathathele izixhobo apho ngoba ngendlela uyibeke ngayo nezizathu kuzobakho uphalalo lwegazi. Kwathi ke nge-15 zika-August kusihlwa xa uthetha noZokwana wambuza imibuzo xa esithi mabayothathela izixhobo aba bantu.
That would be better if you actually put the passages that you have in mind. I suspect, well, you may have other passages in mind, but I suspect you're referring to exhibits, I think it's G4, which is in the bundle, volume A, that's been put in as part of the witness's evidence it's under tab 8, and it's, I think you're referring to, well, at least maybe referring to other passages to 229 and 230. 229 being lines well, it's 7 down to 12, and then on the following page, footer 230, line 28 to the top of page 231, line 2. Those are two passages which I think are covered by what you put, but you may have other passages as well. I don't know. But in fairness to the witness, I think he's entitled to know what precisely you're referring to.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Uyabulela umthekazi xa echaza ushebesana okokuba le ntetho ivela phi naphi njengoba besitsho nje ubesethe ubethe umthekazi uMadanga bendisayitolika le nto okokuba imbono indlela abeyibona ngayo ke nge-13 nange-15 yohlukile kunale eseyiveza ngoku wenzela uthi ke isizathu esenza okokuba ashenxe kulaa ntetho beyibeka ukuthi ufuna ukuba intetho yakhe ihambisane neyamapolisa e-SAPS apho bethi bona abazange babe nembono yokokuba kahle kubekho uphalalo lwegazi ngale mini.
You have the passages in front of you, but those in the auditorium haven't, so perhaps I can just read the two passages shortly to you. Page 229, the first passage reads, I need to go to the house because that's the only way, beating this elephant bit by bit, because me going there to the mountain, disarming people, it's going to be bloodshed. It's going to be bloodshed. That one I can assure you. Those blankets they have and those things I saw being cut by police officers in front of me, they did that.
Apho bethetha khona umthekazi ethi kwathi niyakhumbula ethetha ngendlovu ukuba indlovu awukwazi ukuyitya kufanele isike kancinci kancinci wathetha nokuthi aba bantu ukuthi kuyiwe phaya kubo bephethe ezixhobo bafumbe ngolu hlobo ezinye bazifihle emzimbeni kuyaba into eyoba noparallel legacy.
There are other passages which I won't read to you, but you say at the foot of 230,
enye intetho yakhe ithi landelayo,
I'm calling upon the leadership, this is the help they need but me. I think it's probably given me. I cannot go to the mountain. It has never been strategically in my training. I've not taught because I must disarm somebody. How do I disarm somebody with an axe and I have a firearm? It will never work. There's no training in the whole world to be like that.
Wathi ke uthathela kanjani umuntu isixhobo sakhe xa ephethe imbazo wena uphethe umpu. Wathi kakukho ke qeqesho olukela bakhona olusebenza ngendlela enjengale ukuba uyawuthathela umuntu athi esixhobo asiphetheyo akazimiselanga ukuba sinikeze wena uphethe umpu intoni ongayenzayo.
Do you disagree with me, General?
Awuvumelani nami General apho?
Yes, I still say I disagree, but I also want to explain.
Ndisasho okokuba ndivumelani nawe kodwa ke mandichaze okokuba ndithetha kanjani le.
In my evidence, I did indicate that I was making Mr. Zokwan to understand the seriousness of the matter of convincing the members to hand firearms voluntarily. Not firearms, sorry, weapons.
Yandenza inzame zokokuba ndikwazi ukuphendula uZokwana okokuba bona ukuzazabaleka nokubaluleka lokuba ayothetha naba bantu aphaya okokuba babeke phansi izixhobo ezibabeziphethe.
I was also saying to him, I need information of those people that we can say they are the conveners. And those that he himself informed me earlier on that they were taken by force to go to the mountain.
Nabo bantu abethe kum bathethe bayiswa phaya entabeni ngenkani bengafuni.
But earlier on I also say that the contents of the bloodshed, it was today, tomorrow, and because I was saying what was happening since the previous time.
Apha benthetha khona ngophalolo lwegazi ke benthetha ngesinto ebeseyenzekile kusuka kwintsuku ezingaphambilini esachubeka.
I also said that I could not tell Mr. Zokwana that the police are doing a plan or another plan, because the plan by that time it was a confidential matter.
Bendingakwazi ke nokuthi ngelo xesha ndimxelele uZokwana okokuba icebo lamapolisa yintoni ngoba ngelo xesha iplan le nokuba kuyinto eyayingakaziwe ingakakhutshelwa phandle.
General, I will deal with these matters.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I still want just...
If you still got something to say...
Yes.
I'm
sorry, Chairperson. I only explained on the 15th. Let me go back to the 16th. Not the 13th. Chairperson, when I speak about the 13th at the intercession, I was referring to both participants and non-participants.
Just for completeness, The non-participants, who are you referring to?
awuthetha ngabantu bebangekho kuqhankqalazo ngabaphi abo general?
Chairperson, the commission will recall I spoke about the public road.
Uzawukhumbula ikomishini ndithethe ngendlela apho kuhamba khona ubani noma ubani.
I spoke about the railway line, and when we were looking at the video, in one of the videos, the train did pass.
Ndithethe ngololiwe lona. Nizawukhumbula okokuba kwenye yemfanekiso apha sithe sajongile sabona kugqitha itrain apha.
I also spoke about there is a place just behind that that those are the non-participants that I talk, but also the participants themselves.
Ndiye ndathetha nangezinye izindawo ezifuphi nalapho kwakukhona aba bantu. Ndifaka ke phakathi nabo aba babekhona kuqhankqalazo.
General, at this stage, I do not propose dealing with the details of what you have said in responding to my questions. I was just putting to you a theory that I have. I will deal with those matters in more detail later when I deal with the various subjects.
Ndizawuza ke ndiphinde kuye kwezi zinto general xa sendithetha ngezinye okwangoku bendisabeke kuwe kokuba mna ndiyibona ngoluphi uhlobo lento.
It's an appropriate stage for us to take the lunch adjournment.
Yes,
we'll adjourn for lunch.
Sizawuthi ke sibethe ixesha lelunch ngoku mawethu. oluvela kwaba bahamba naye abamkhusele njengoba umntekabungalwane bethi ngabaqhankqalazi bakhe amadodana akusimadodana akhe.
I did not notice any assistance, Mr. Chairman.
Nomhlekazi uMadangwe nina leyo nto kokuba akaboni kuye kwabakho uncedo olungafanelanga uncedo nje olwelapakho.
I take it it's now been explained to the widows, so they now understand the position.
Ndiyabona niyayiqonda ke nonke bomama le nto yokokuba njengogeneral phaa esipoliseni uhamba naba bantu abamkhuselayo njengawo onke amadoda aphaya phezulu.
The witness isn't allowed to receive any assistance of the kind or support of the kind that was suggested, and if it were to happen, I would immediately do something about it. They can rest assured that they don't have to fear anything of that nature or anything untoward.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo inyanzo leyo kokuba xa umntu elingqina apha akukho sizo afanele ukulifumana oluvela ngaphandle xa khona into enjengaleyo uyena ozakujongana naye.
Major General, you're still under oath and you're still without support.
Usephantsi kwesifungo ugeneral.
Mr. Madlanga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. General, in your view, is there or was there consistency in the claim by the police?
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Madlanga, before you move on to that point, there was an unfinished point from before lunch. The witness was talking about his fear that there might be bloodshed on the 13th. And he said his fear was based on the position both of the non-participants, and he then explained who they were, and also the participants, and he didn't have an opportunity to explain what that was. So I think before you move on to the next point, he was given a chance just to finish that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Uthi umthekazi apho ngasekugqibeleni phambi kokuba siye kwixesha lokutya ugeneral yathetha ngoloyiko lakhe lokuthi kungathi kubekho uphalalo lwegazi apho wachaza okokuba kwaba bantu babethatha inxaxheba beqhankqalaza nabanye ababangayona ingxenye yolo qhankqalazo bathi ke makachaza okokuba ngobani apho.
Chairperson, with participants, I was referring to the protesters themselves.
Andithetha ngabantu abathatha inxaxheba bendithetha ngaba babeqhankqalaza.
And I did also explain that if I really have that view and belief, I could also have briefed the police at 6 o'clock and also at 13:30. I'm talking about the JOCOM.
Ukube ndandinalo mbono lona ngo-6 bendizokuyiveza le nto uJOCOM phaya okokuba kukho into enjengale engahle yenzeke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was asking General, in your view, is there or has there been consistency in the claim by SABC that they protected or at least intended to protect informal settlements from armed protesters?
Lento ebekade ithethwa ngababa kwaSABC okokuba injongo yabo kwakukhusela abahlali baphaya emadodyombeni kubantu aba bebeqhankqalaza.
Chairperson, I will answer the question. I just need to explain.
Ngokuba ndiphendule umbuzo lo manje nikele inkcazelo mhlekazi.
I did not say I protect the informal settlement habitants.
Anditshongo okokuba bendikhusela abahlali baphaya emadodyombeni.
But what I was saying is that the modus operandi is that when the protesters were moving inside either the formal or informal settlements or any other places, we did not know where the people who are reporting on duty staying.
Besithi kukho aba bantu abebeya empangelweni bayosebenzela emsebenzini ngoku singanalwazi lokuba phi bahlala phi abo bantu
and we did not know those that are working at Lonmin, where are they staying?
Singazi nokuba aba basebenza elonmini bahlala phi bo.
And in that view, it will be safe for us to let them not move inside either of those settlements, but to move outside of them, but not necessarily the way. And then my answer, it will be in the line in which I explain now.
Ngakho ke sabona ukuba mabahambe ngalindlela sicebile bangangeni kwizindawo zabahlali kwelicala nakwela elinye.
You say you, as an individual, did not intend to protect the informal settlements.
Uthi general wena ngokwakho uthatha wena ngokwakho ukuba ibingekho injongo emqondweni wakhe into yokuba mawukhusele abahlali basematyotyombeni.
Was that your view as an individual, or is that a view that was shared by SABC as an institution?
Lento bekuzingcingo zakho ikanene bekuyinto ebeyicingwa ngumbutho wonke wakwa SAPS.
Chairperson, I answer it in the way that as an overall commander, I did represent SABC, but if that is not my view, but I thought that as an overall commander, what I was thinking in terms of what was happening as a result of the modus operandi, that is a view of SABC.
Thetha lento njengomntu kodwa ke apha ndandi commander owongameleyo ngoku ke ndithatha ukuba izingcingo zam ngelo xesha zazimele into eyayicingwa yi-SAPS yonke njengoba ndimi ndandiphethe kuya ke ngendlela ekwakwenzeka ngayo izinto phaa.
But generally it is not inconceivable that an overall commander may have a view which may not be shared by the rest of SABC as an institution. Do you accept that?
Uyayamkela ke noko general into yokokuba ingcingo zakho njenge-overall commander phaya umongameli ophethe kungenzeka okokuba kukho abanye abangaphansi kwakho abohlukile kuloo nto.
Chairperson, I don't understand SABC as an institution. Maybe if that could be explained to me, or is it referring to those that were reporting to me, or as an institution? That I just wondered if it can be clarified.
Umhlekazi ethetha nge-SABC andazi noba usho sonke isipolisa jikelele ikanye nothetha ngabo babephansi kwami ngelo xesha na.
Perhaps let me ask the question differently, General.
Andibuza ngenye indlela lo mbuzo, General.
Was your view that what was being protected were the people that you referred to and not informal settlements? Was that view shared, to your knowledge, by all the people that were involved, at least in the planning?
Mandithi ke General njengawe nje umbono lo wakho owushoyo kokuba kwangasibantu basematyotyombeni ukukhusela abo bantu uyasichazela bona nendawo ezo. Ngoku ndibuza ukuba loo nto kwakungumqondo owawamkela ngabo bonke aba abanye iikomande zazilapha ezaziphethe na.
Chairperson, the view of dispersal, which I did also testify, is that there were some of the commanders, in particular to mention Lieutenant Colonel Merafe, that wanted that he put his view of we should disperse at the interception.
Bese ndithethe mhlekazi lento yokuba lento esasi kwiqathu eli lokubahlukanisa phakathi kwakukho umahluko apho kwabanye ndiye ndaveza uMerafi owaye ngumbono wakhe okokuba mabahlukaniswe ngoko nangoko.
But I don't know that in his view was he also including the informal settlement.
Ndingeke ndazi okokuba xa yena ngombono wakhe wayeyicingile yini into yalaba bantu ezindawo ezo zasekuhlaleni.
General, let me take you out of the events of the 13th and try to steer you to planning
General make siphumeke kule nto esakalo zamhla ka-13 mandingene apha nawe apha kwenzeke kwecebo eli-plan.
I understand your evidence to be to the effect that when planning, SABC took into account informal settlements, but you say what SABC's concern was more people than informal settlements as such, and you have explained that. Am I correct in that view? That is at the level of planning. I'm not talking about the 13th, I'm not talking about the 16th. You did not know beforehand that the 16th would happen when it did. At the level of planning.
Mandithi ke General, make siye kancinci sehlakalo sange-13 nange-16 ngoba ubungazo kwakuyokwenzeka ntoni nge-16 xa kwenzeka le nto ngeli xesha nibhala nenza icebo. Ndibuza xa kwenziwa eli cebo kokuba naba banye wawunabo apho babevumelana nangento yokokuba kubekho ukhuselo lwabantu abathize abahlala laphayana ekuhlaleni kungasi bonke abahlali basematyotyombeni njengoba uchazile nje.
Did SABC, do you want to answer?
Yes. Correct, Chairperson.
Maniphendule nje.
Chairperson, SABC did take into consideration the informal settlement based on history.
Ewe mhlekazi, xa kuthathwa izehlakalo zangaphambilini i-SABC umlutho wamapolisa uye waba nazo ingcingo ke ngendawo le yabahlali amatyotyo.
Chairperson, it also took those decisions based on both on negative attraction points.
Sayithatha ke leyo nto ngokuba kuyawuba indawo engafanelanga ibe nomtsalane ukuthi abantu baye kuyo.
When going through the informal settlement, you could have reached some of the negative points.
Xa ubo unokungenela pha ematyotyombeni ubo ungahle ufike kwindawo apho ubo ungafisi okokuba ube khona kungabi indawo enomtsalane.
Are you done, General?
Kibile, General?
Correct, Chairperson.
Now, my question before the Secretary's debate we've just had now was, or perhaps let me just make sure that I still understand what your response was. Did you say that what you were protecting was not the informal settlements themselves? Did you say so?
Andithi uthephinene bakutandizwe kakuhle ubungakhuseli amatyotyombe indawo le yasekhaleni yonke. Ndikubeke kuhle apho.
Chairperson, I did say that informal settlement was taken into account.
Ndiye ndathi siye sacingela izindawo lezo zasekuhlaleni.
Based on the reasons that I have given.
Kwizizathu lezi endiye ndiyazinike emva koko.
Were you protecting the informal settlements, General?
Wawukhusela amatyotyombe, General?
Or let me put it differently, I'm sorry. Was the plan to protect informal settlements?
Noma ndithi nje icebo leli lalibhale okokuba makube nokhuselo ukhuselwe amatyotyombe.
Chairperson, I did indicate that when the protesters, they move in groups and they enter the informal settlement, based on history, normally there is a destruction of properties and where the frustrations are being taken out. But when they enter individually, they normally think individually and they, historically based, they disperse. And based on those, yes, we also take into considerations the informal settlements.
Into eyenza okokuba sicinge okokuba makukhuselwe amatyotyombe okokuba xa abantu bangena phaya bangamaqela amakhulu kuye kubekho imonakalo nokwenzakaliswa kwempahla kodwa ke xa abantu bengena bengamaqela amancinci noma umuntu ehamba eyedwa uye azicingele yena ngokwakhe kube khona ke ukuba bakwazi ukuhlukaniswa abasasazi.
Now I'll go back to the very first question I asked you this afternoon.
Yawuphindela kumbuzo wami endiqale ngakubuza wona.
After lunch, that is.
Ngoku xa sibuya kwilunch.
And that question was, in your view, General, is there or was there consistency in the claim by SABC that it planned for the protection of informal settlements from armed protesters?
Umbuzo bendiwubuzile ilona kokuba kwakuvumelana naphakathi kwenu nonke njengo-SABC okokuba makwenziwe iplan yokokuba kukhuselwe indawo le yasekuhlaleni namatyotyombe.
Perhaps my learned friend can point to somewhere in the plan where we say we plan to protect informal settlement, Chair. I'm not sure where he gets it.
Unthi umhlekazi uNgalwane ayikho lento phaya kwiplan apho bethetha khona okokuba babekhusela amatyotyombe.
Perhaps I should get it from the General rather than me explaining to my learned friend seems to suggest that nowhere does SABC suggest that it planned for the protection of informal settlements. Do you agree with my learned friend?
Malana umhlekazi uNgalwane abathi khona kwakungekho cebo apha kwiplan yamapolisa apho kwakuthiwa khona kwakufanele kukhusela amatyotyombe.
Chair, with respect, my learned friend put a proposition to the witness to say, has the witness, does he agree that there has been a consistency in SABC that they wanted to protect people in the informal settlement? Now, he can't say he will get the answer from the witness because that's a proposition he puts to the witness and asks him to agree or disagree.
Unthi umhlekazi uNgalwane umbuzo uvele kumhlekazi uMandlanga ngokuba kwakuvumelana na apha kwisiboniso kokuba kweli cebo makubekho ukukhuselwa kwamatyotyombe akakwazi ukuba leyo mpendulo angayifumana kweli qela.
Mr. Chairman, I would submit that my learned friend can raise the point if he wants to suggest that what I am suggesting is in fact not the position. But if that is not what he is suggesting, then I do not see what the problem or how the problem arises.
To some extent, it's a kind of a double question. The question assumes something and he's asked whether he agrees with that. Perhaps if you put the first part separately, get the answer that you expect you'll get, then you can then move to the second part.
I did not ask him whether he agrees. It's a question, Mr. Chairman. I did not ask him for agreement. I'm asking for his view, whether he says throughout when SABC planned, SABC were consistent, always consistent, we will protect informal settlements, we will protect informal settlements. I'm asking whether SABC's approach to that was consistent. It's a simple question.
Umbuzo ndiwubuzayo lo ulula nje kokuba apha kwiplan ye-SABC kwakuvunyelene na okokuba enye yezinto ekufanele sizenze apha kukhusela amatyotyombe.
Mr. Ngwala, I think the question so framed is unobjectionable. He's simply asking for information, as I understand. So he may proceed. You may proceed, Mr. Blunt.
Please answer the question, General.
Umbuzo ke ubuziwe General awusinike impendulo.
Chairperson, the answer that I did give, I said that when it comes to the informal settlement, which it is where those that are targeted stay, and we did not know. The second part is the informal settlement became also in our plan with regard to the history, based on what it does happen when violence is taking place.
Ndasempendulweni yami mhlekazi khusela kwaba matyotyombe kokuba besingazi okokuba aba bafunwayo bahlala phi phaya ematyotyombeni. Enye ke into siye saba neengcingo zokuba kukhusele amatyotyombe sazi okokuba kwenzekani kwimaxesha agqithileyo akukho udusho njengolu ubangena ezindaweni zokuhlala.
Thirdly, Chairperson, it is with regard to the determination of negative points.
Enye ke into esiye sayijonga lapho kokuba zeziphi izindawo ezizawuba nomtsalane xa kusasazwa aba bantu.
General, if I understand you correctly, that is telling us what it is that informed the decision to protect informal settlements. It does not answer my question, which is, so informed, was SABC then consistent?
Sinika izizathu general ezenza okokuba kube khona loo nto cingwe kanjalo. Umbuzo wami ubusithi bekusisivumelwano senu nonke naphaya kwaSABC xa kwenziwa le plan okokuba enye yezinto ekufanele sizikhusele amatyotyolo.
In planning for, was SABC consistent in planning for the protection of informal settlements?
Ukuthi phaya kwiplan yayikhona le nto okokuba enye yezinto ekufanele zibe khona kukhuselwa kweendawo lezi abahlala amatyotyolo.
Chairperson, based on those reasons that I have given, SABC was consistent.
Can I take you to slide 181? Perhaps it will also help deal with, in Exhibit L, slide 181. That will perhaps, to an extent, also help deal with part of the objection that was raised by my learned friend, Mr.
The objection's been disposed of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sibonisa apha ke umfanekiso 181 ozakubala umnyango ethetha ngayo.
Can you have a look, General, at the bottom left-hand entry in that picture, which it's there's a rectangle there around the writing pointing to a red figurine. Do you see that?
Uyabona apho kubhalwe khona ngaphezulu bese kwakho umkhonto wolathe into ebomvu phaya ezantsi apha ngasesandleni sokhohlo xa ujongile.
And do you see that?
Chairperson, I'm not quite sure that are you referring to those the two ones, or maybe?
I think Council is referring to the two red figures in the bottom left-hand corner of that slide. There's a rectangle above an arrow which points to the first of those red figures, and in it are the words FHA2 deployed to protect the informal settlement. I think Council is referring to both of the red figures. Is that correct?
You see that, General?
May I point so that we should, is the council referring to this?
Yes, and then I was going to refer you to the writing above within the rectangle. The chairman has already read it. And you do see what it says, eh? Forward holding area 2 deployed to protect the informal settlement. Do you see that?
Forward holding area yesibini abebebekwe apho ngaba babezokhusela amatyotyombo.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
And you see that the date there is the 16th of August 2012.
Xa sibheke phaya phezu kwekhalenda yayibona le nto yokuba yabhala mhla ka-16 into ezokwenzeka nge-16 zika-August.
I just want to determine is a date which you are referring to, that one.
The date othetha ngayo ile nto.
Yes, that is.
Correct, Chairperson. I can see the date.
And from memory, as I understand, the red figures there represent the police who were on the day, at least. On previous days, the leaders may have been different, but on the day they were led by Captain Kidd. Am I correct?
Ngoku ke apha kwimibala le ebomvu kwakukho amapolisa apho abephethwe nguCaptain Kidd. Kunjani?
Chairperson, Captain Kidd was in charge of the TRT, but the forward holding area 2, there was somebody who was in charge of forward holding area 2.
Kwakukho owayephethe phaya kwi-forward holding area 2 uCaptain Kidd yena wayengamele amapolisa nakwi-TRT.
According to slide 144, the commander at forward holding area 2 on that day was Lieutenant Colonel Pitzi, and the commander at forward holding area 1 was Major General Naidu.
What I'm referring to, thank you, Mr. Chairman, what I'm referring to, General, it's not significant for the point I'm making, but what I'm referring to is the fact that on the day, even at the time they actually moved, the person who was commanding them and actually telling them when to move, where to move, how to move was Captain Kidd, not so.
Andithi umuntu wayephethe ngalowo mini kunguyena obaxela uba mabasuke nini bayephi kanjani kwakunguCaptain Kidd.
Correct, Chairperson. In my answer for forward hearing area 2, the words that were prescribed, it was referred to, I should read, it was talking about forward area 2. That's why I said Lieutenant Colonel Pitzi.
Yiko nje ndithe phaya ku-forward holding area 2 kwakubhaliwe kwakufanele kube nguPitzi owayephethe apho.
My focus for now, General, is what is written in that rectangle, which is that forward holding area, that is 2, was deployed there to protect the informal settlement. And this is something that is planned for the 16th of August. Now, would you be surprised if I were to suggest to you, and I'm going to demonstrate it, if I were to suggest to you that on the same day, whilst SABC is planning for the protection of this informal settlement, it in fact did not plan for the protection of Nkaneng informal settlement. Would you dispute that?
Ngoku ke liplani yenziwa kucetshwa into ezokwenzeka ngale mini yomhla ka-16. Kodwa ke khona apho akukho plan eyenziwa kubonakale apho kukhuselwa khona Nkaneng settlement.
Chairperson, the protection that I spoke about, it was based on the reasons that I've given earlier on.
Ukhuselo ezithethe ngalo beli hambelana nezicwangciso ezindali bendizibekile izizathu endiye ndazinika okokuba zakwenzeka ntoni kanjani.
General, I'm dealing with consistency. I'm not asking you about reasons. What I'm suggesting to you is that on the 16th of August 2012, the police purport to be protecting the informal settlement adjacent to forward holding area 2. But on that very same day, they in fact do not plan to protect, I will demonstrate it to you, they do not plan to protect Nkaneng informal settlement. Would it surprise you if I demonstrate to you that that is what in fact happened?
Xa ndingakubonisa okokuba yenzeka njengoba ndiyibeka nje kuwe general okokuba amapolisa enza icebo lokuba makukhuselwe le ndawo yasekuhlaleni ephaya kufuphi no-forward holding area 2 kodwa kwangabikho ukhuseleko olwenziwe okuba makukhuselwe Nkaneng.
Chairperson, I was not there, but that's how the plan which I envisaged to happen. But if there was anything that have happened there, maybe it will be given by those that were there actually. But the plan that I envisaged, it was like the way as it is now.
Icebo endandinalo kokuba ndizokwenzeka ngeliphi icebo yeli livele phaya xa kukho mhlawumbe enye into ethize abanye ababelapho bangakwazi ukuyichaza okokuba yintoni yenzeka kanene ingenzekanga.
General, let me refer you to pages 8346 to 8349 of the transcript of the commission proceedings. I will read a portion of what appears there to you. Do you have a copy?
Ndizakufundela into evele phaya ke kulo mbhalo.
No, Chairman.
Oyirekhodi yale commission. Andiyiphathanga pha kum.
There is a copy of the record transcript, I think, there. Can you please show it to the witness?
Ikho inantsika i-transcript irekhodi le yale zinto zithethwa apha izawuboniswa ingqondo.
Ms. Pillay advises me that it's day 78. Day 78.
Le ntetho yavela apha kwi-commission ngemini ye-78 sila kule commission.
Is the testimony of General Anandale.
Apha kwakuthetha khona uGeneral Anandale.
And for the record, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may indicate that notice was given a good few days back that this would be referred to.
Yes, I saw the notice.
Manditsho ngokuba isaziso sam ngokuba sizawuthetha ngale nto.
Do you now have it, General?
Buza kokuba uyiphethe na uGeneral apha kuye.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe ndiyiphethe ngoku.
General, right at the bottom of page 83, at the foot of page 8346, I remember the chairman once raised the issue of bottom with me. Against line 22, Mr. Seminya was leading General Anandale in chief, and this is what he says. In fact, when we look at EEE 14.1, what would you say is the positive attraction there? And then the general responds, Chairperson, if we look to the top, and do you have EEE 14.1 there, General? Do you have it? The photograph showing one of the wings of a chopper propeller. It's, General, it's up there now.
Nansi velile ngoku le nto sithetha ngayo phaya phezulu apha kuvele khona usibadesi lwenqwelo ntakhe.
So General Anandale says, Chairperson, if we look to the top, slightly to the right top corner of the picture, and we take the whole line from the police barbed wire and nyalas, that's the position that we see 3 of them. And then we see another one that is at the first smaller crawl. And you take that whole area to that corner, but also to the right-hand side of the photo, Chairperson. Then you will see what I meant when I said you can just move a couple of meters back towards the west, and then you can move to the right of the picture, which would be the north area. And then you can enter that total area, because as we can see the people standing around, there's also roads, and a number of roads that's leading into the area. So if you needed to go to that specific more to the eastern side, then that was the way that you can still access that area. You see that?
ubuzwa apho ethetha khona general anandeli ngolo hlobo kokuba wawuthi xa uphaya uthi nje ukuza apha ngasemntla ube sewukwazi ukungenela phaya njengoba sibona kukho abantu abahambayo phaya bantu babe vunyelwa kokuba bangahamba ngaloo ndlela.
Yes, Chairperson, I can see.
Ndiyayibona.
Do you see the tip of the one blade of the propeller?
Uyayibona njengoba ivele phaya kumfanekiso siba olulwe the chop.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe.
Now move from there towards where the houses in the informal settlement are. Move towards the bottom, don't go all the way to the bottom of the, or rather the foot of the page, just towards the line where the houses start. Moving from the blade downwards.
Ugqibela khona usiba olu usiza apha ngasezantsi ude ufike phaya apho kuhlala khona izindlu amatyotyombe.
You see that?
Uyayibona loo ndawo?
No, Chairperson, I'll request that maybe if the council can do the pointer so that I should understand it.
Ucela okokuba i-council imbonise ngolu phawu okokuba yiphi le ndawo athetha ngayo.
And then you see this entire line and this whole area here. Do you see that?
You're going to have
to describe that for the record. Those unfortunate people have to read the record in 50 years' time. Won't follow this.
What do you?
Not to mention the unfortunate people who've got to read the record in a couple of months' time. With arguments.
Kukho abantu abazawufunda le record yasemarikane emva kweminyaka engamashumi amahlanu kusuka namhla kufanele baqonde ukuba sasithetha ngantoni bangathi phaya naphaya.
Just below the blade, going roughly straight down, General, there is what appears to be an electrical pole. I don't see it there, Mr. Chairman. I do see it on my picture. I'm a bit blind.
Andiyiboni phaya kodwa xa ujonge kwesi umfanekiso endiwuphetheyo kukho ipali locingo phaya le-electric. Njengoba esibonisa ke umhlali ngaphambili olatha phaya ukuba iphaya kulaa ndawo.
Look very carefully where I indicate.
Perhaps the chairperson can explain for record purposes where there is.
If one looks at the yellow marking at the end of the blade of the helicopter, and one goes to the extreme left-hand corner, left-hand corner of that yellow section, and one goes straight down for one crosses what appears to be a road or a path, and then just below that there is what appears to be the electric pole to which council referred.
The shadow of the pole is visible to the left at the base. Then, General, you move from that pole just slightly down to there. I will explain the there just now. But you saw where I pointed, not so?
Correct, Chairperson.
There you get to what appears to be an even wider path, if not a road. Do you see it?
Correct, Chairperson.
And for purposes of the record, if I may indicate that to the far left, there is what appears to be a barbed wire nyala. It actually has the trailer attached, and the barbed wire seems to be in place still. Do you see that as well?
Correct, Chairperson.
But my interest is to the right, General, there, along that path to the right. Do you see that on the path before it, and even beyond it into the informal settlement itself, there are many people there? Do you see that?
Chairperson, I see them not moving in groups, but individuals.
General, I'm not asking you about groups or individuals. Do you see the many people that are there, General? Do you see the many people there?
Correct, Chairperson.
Now, from the passage that I read to you, would you agree that part of what General Annandale says is to the effect that SABS expected, or rather regarded this area as part of the positive attraction area? Am I reading General Annandale correctly?
General Annandale ubechaza lento yokuba le ndawo ndithetha ngayo phaya bekuzawuba yindawo enomtsalane xa besasaza abantu bazoza kuloo ndawo.
Chairperson, before I answer, maybe I need to understand that at what stage was this photo being taken? It was after dispersal or what? So that I should be able to know that the time that has happened.
That is totally irrelevant to the question, General. You can take the picture as is, or you can disregard the people altogether and take it as totally blank with just the permanent features. Is it not so that a correct reading of what General Annandale says is that the police regarded this as a positive attraction area?
Uvumelana naye uGeneral Annandale xa ebeka ngolo hlobo kokuba thina ke njengamapolisa sayibona izakuba yindawo enomtsalane kuba abantu bazawufuna ukubalekela kuloo ndawo.
Chair, I hesitate to remind my learned friend, but at some stage we're going to have to do a re-examination, and for him to say this area here wouldn't quite help when we have to go through the record. If he may please remember that.
Umhlekazi ungalana ukuthi mayichazwe le ndawo ngoba sawuthi xa sibuza imibuzo singazi ukuthi ubethetha ntoni xa ethi phaya kulaa ndawo.
I'm indebted to my learned friend. General, I was referring back to what I said to you earlier when I first asked this question, and I had asked you whether you do see the people along that, what I referred to as a wider path or even a road that has a nyala to the far left, a nyala with a barbed wire trailer. Remember, I said to the right of that, there are many people both before that path and beyond that path, and even on the path itself.
Ndiye ndabuza loo nto kokuba kukho abantu abaninzi phaya abahamba abanye sebagqithile abanye bahamba kuyundlela abanye baseza kuloo ndawo enkulu ivulekile phaya apha kunendlela apho kumi khona ihipo phaya phezulu uyabona ukuba kukho aba bantu.
Now my question then is, I think I should repeat it.
Mandiphinde umbuzo wami ke uthi umbuzo.
Or perhaps just to put it beyond question, General, do you agree that part of what General Annandale says is that one sees many roads in the area?
Enye into ethetha kuGeneral Annandale ukuba kubonakala izindlela ezininzi phaya.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjani?
Would you not agree that, especially in the context of his reference to many people, would you not agree, or people, what does he say? People. Would you not agree that he must be referring even to roads like this one, that one, this one? Would you agree or would you not?
Uzawuyivuma ke into yokokuba xa ethetha ngabantu abaninzi nezindlela uthetha ngezi zindlela ndibolatha zona liphezulu nalene yesithathu.
Those pointed correct, Chairperson.
Ezo zolathile wendivumelana nawo.
Now, Mr. Mpofu is correctly saying, for the record, I should describe those. These, for the record, are roads that very roughly are running at 90 degrees to what I've referred to as a wide path or road. That, when running left, gets to where the Nyala with the barbed wire trailer is. So these roads proceed from this wide path into the informal settlement, roughly at 90 degrees.
Uyichaza ngoba umhlekazi uMadlanga okokuba xa ujonga indlela lenkulu endithethe ngayo othi xa uhamba ngayo uzuyofika kulaa hipo imi phaya ezi zindlela zincinci ke zisuka kuyo le ziphume.
You've already answered the question. Now I'm going to my next question, General, which is, would you not agree then that what General Annandale in essence is saying is that amongst others, the areas of positive attraction would have included the informal settlement, which is just below what I've referred to as the wide path or road? Would you not accept that?
Uyayamkela ke intetho xa ndiyibeka kuwo ngoba uGeneral Annandale bechaza loo nto okokuba le ndawo ezantsi apha ngaseMatyotombeni bendiyitlayithile bekuzawuba enye yezindawo ezizawuba namtsalane kwaba baqhankqalazi xa besasazwa.
I agree, Chairperson. In agreement, it's also based on the reasons that I have already given.
Ande kokuthi ke izizathu lezi bese ndizinikile.
In short then, General, on the 16th, the police planned to protect the informal settlement adjacent to Forward Holding Area 2. But on that same day, they did not plan to protect the informal settlement to the northeast of Kopi 1. That is, or rather, that part of Nkaneng informal settlement, which is to the northeast of Kopi 1. Do you accept that?
Uyayamkela ke General intetho yokuba ngaloo mini amapolisa enza icebo lokuba kukhuselwe la matyotyombe aphaya kufuphi no-Forward Holding Area 2 kodwa bangenza icebo lokuba kukhuselwe le othi xa usuka phaya uye ngasemntla-mpuma eyingxenye yalo mzi waseNkanini.
Is it not the northwest that you're talking about? If one looks at say 150, slide 150 on exhibit L. In the top right-hand corner, you see where north is.
Oh, just please.
Slide 150 on exhibit L.
nasi slide athetha ngaso
See,
umzekelo
north
150
is in the top right-hand corner.
usijonge phaya
Are you
phezulu
talking about northeast or northwest?
ngasesandleni sokunene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me cut out the reference to northeast. I don't really need it for purposes of this question.
Mandiyekele lokuba kwangasemntantshona apho ngasemntampuma apho iyeke leyo ndolathele ibali.
Please, may the videographer please go back to EEE 14.1. I will rephrase the question, General. So in short, SABS planned to protect the informal settlement adjacent to Forward Holding Area 2 on the 16th of August 2012. But on that very same day, planned not to protect that part of Nkaneng, which is just below what I earlier referred to as a wide path or road.
Chair, perhaps our letter friend can say what the basis for that conclusion is, so to be fair to the witness.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my understanding of what the experts say on what positive attraction areas are, even including what Brigadier Mkwanazi said, is that it is those areas to which the crowd being managed would disperse to or towards. Now, Mr. Semenya is asking General Annandale, what in your planning did you consider the positive attraction area to be? And this is exactly what General Annandale says. He refers, of course, not just this area. As you can see that passage, it refers to a whole lot of areas. But part of what he says is a reference to this area.
See, he's actually referred to exhibit, I think it's EEE 12, which is the photograph that we have at the moment. Is that right?
Yes, Mrs. Mayor, in so many words, actually referred to EEE 14.1, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
izindawo ezibezawuba nomtsalane xa sithetha ngendawo enomtsalane indawo apho abakhankalazi bazawufuna okokuba babalekele khona. Ke enye yezo zindawo yile evele kulo mfanekiso esiubona phaa.
May I just very quickly refer to the transcript, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, page 2964 day 28. This is what Brigadier Mkwanazi says. Although, of course, we know that to an extent he appears to have been disowned as an expert. But this is what he says. With a positive attraction point, it's where we look at the position if the participants in a certain march, if they are going to maybe to be pushed back or maybe be dispersed, one has to look what can be the appropriate direction where they can be taken to, where they will be able to get their vehicles and so on and so on. So surely that is exactly what General Annandale must have been addressing himself to.
Wayichaza ngolo hlobo ke uBrigadier Mkwanazi into yokuba indawo enomtsalane ngeyiphi uthi xa kulawula izihlele kuye kujonge okokuba yiphi indawo apho bakhankalazi bazawufuna ukuba baphelele khona apho kukho izimoto zabo apho bazawufumana khona izinto izithuthi ezizoba leyo nto athetha ngayo uGeneral Annandale apha indawo enomtsalane.
Chairperson, I do not see a contradiction for what General Annandale said as well as Brigadier Mkwanazi. The reasons that I have given, we said that we wanted when the people enter into the informal settlement should not be in a group of 10, should be running as individual as they are, not to, because if history base is that if they go in the group of 10, they do normally do the destruction of properties or any other thing.
Akukho mahluko phakathi kwentetho kaMhlekazi uBrigadier Mkhwanazi noMajor Anandale noGeneral Anandale. Into nje endiyithethile mna okokuba xa abantu besuka behamba bangena ezindaweni zokuhlala bengamaqela amancinci bade bafike ku-10 banokuba benezingqibo zokuba banokalise impahla apho yikho nje sifuna ukuba umuntu ahambe ngamunye sibahlukanise.
Nkaneng itself, we never said we don't want people must never go to Nkaneng.
Azizange sisho okokuba abantu mabangayi eNkaneng.
There were certain points which we regarded as negative attraction if you come earlier to Nkaneng, but not necessarily the whole informal settlement. It's a negative attraction.
Kwakukho indawo apho sasingafuna ukuba bangene khona eNkaneng kodwa ke hayi yonke indawo umzulo waseNkaneng.
Which I did explain earlier on.
Ngendayichaza ke loo nto phambili.
General, must I take that to mean that if you say you never said people should not go into Nkaneng, conversely that must mean that you were of the view that people should, or the protesters should not go to the informal settlement abutting forward holding area 2?
Chairperson, even in Nkaneng itself, we did indicate to say at this area point they could not enter because they will be coming in groups. The same with forward area holding 2. The fact that they were going to move to Karia, we didn't say they mustn't enter at all, but we need also to check that when they pass there, they could not be able to do any other destruction. Neither, we didn't know who is staying there, who is well in the knowledge of the protesters, he's now on duty or he's employed by lawmen. Hence, we were talking of that protection. But if they went there in groups, surely they could have been followed, they could have been dispersed further, so that they mustn't go there in groups. But putting the people there, it was to say, make sure that if they pass, they do not also do the destruction. And that is the meaning of posting the people there.
Into eyenza okokuba sibeke la mapolisa phaya isizathu sokuba xa besiza kwelo qala abantu besiza babaninzi mababahlukanise phakathi singatsho ukuba mabangagqithi senzele okokuba xa behamba beliqela elikhulu banale nto yokokuba bahambe bonakalisa impahla injengayo ke le nto napha enkanini injongo yethu yayinjalo.
I find that very confusing to me, General.
I'll
take the adjournment when it's convenient to you, Mr. Madlanga. Tell me when it's appropriate and we'll take the adjournment. But if you want to carry on with this point for a bit, you can do so.
There may be a lot of follow-up questions on it. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm only on my second question right from the beginning, so it may take a bit of time. So perhaps it is appropriate.
Very well, we'll take the adjournment.
I will control with you. I'll confirm with you.
Okay, man. It's fine. It's gonna be in the way, so yeah, it's gonna be in the way. Yeah.
Farlam is. So myself
this way. And it's true, I'll have some afterwards, hey, wait, can you stop this?
That's consistent from the
discuss uphinzo seconds.
Namzama hello. Ndayithumela incwadi yapha kubameli bakho so ndilinde bebaphendule because ayizowedwa bakhona nabanye abantu bayisizo bakhona kusana ka and then la tira era ubiyo
sizokhombisa ID yakhe
Commission is about to resume. Could I men knock in a
You still cross-examining?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, if you want me to, I will just pass this through to you. It's a statement that I did not refer to, but as cross-examination progresses, one thinks of raising other matters as well, and I apologize to the Commission and to my learned friends. May I refer you to the statement of Captain Wayne Peter Kidd, paragraph 8.
Has it been handed in?
According to Ms. Pillay, not.
Well, if Ms. Pillay says it had been handed in, we're prepared to accept it. Triple H12.
Yes.
Statement of Captain Kidd.
Yes, yes.
WB Kidd.
I will read to you the last two sentences at page 3. Last two sentences of paragraph 8. And this is what he says. The basic line was to be formed when the barbed wire was being deployed. It was our responsibility to protect the settlement from attack by anyone and to disarm any armed protesters going past the line and arrest them. You see that?
The other important point is in paragraph 3 where he says that at 10 a.m. that morning, Lieutenant Colonel Pitti was redeployed by Brigadier Carlitz to the front line, i.e. to the Kopi. Lieutenant Colonel Pitti left with 40 POP members and 4 Nyalas and 1 Casper, left me in command of the remaining units. So in effect what he's saying is that from then on, he was in charge of forward holding area 2.
Now, General, what I do not quite understand from the last answer you gave before the tea adjournment is this. Can you explain it to me and to the Commission why it is that in respect of the informal settlement abutting forward holding area 2, SABS saw a need to have police lined up there to protect that informal settlement when they did not at the same time see a need to have police lined up along that part of Nkaneng that I earlier referred you to protect it as well. Can you explain that to me in a way that makes sense?
General ngendlela evakalayo nyana okokuba yintoni eyenza okokuba amapolisa eme kumqaphaya ukukhusela amatyotyombe lawa angase forward holding area 2 bangayenzi lonto babone kungekho sidingo sokuba kubekho amapolisa azawukhusela le ndawo engapha engena ngasenkanyeni.
Chairperson, I'm requesting that maybe in my explanation also to indicate from the slides so that the council can understand.
Mandithi mabaveze umfanekiso bayenzokwazi ukuchaza into ezawuvakala kakuhle ku-council.
Are you asking for triple E 14.1, General?
I'm asking 1.81. No, slide 181.
You want Exhibit L, slide 181?
Correct, Chairperson. And
that's the amended one?
Yes, and then secondly, Chairperson, the statement of Captain Kidd, it was also not included in the list of the documents.
Sorry, before we get to Captain Kidd, you're really referring, I think, to Exhibit Triple H 11, which is the amended version of slide 181. Is that right? It's got the letters in.
Correct, Chairperson.
And then Council did say that, in fact, he apologised for the fact that you hadn't been referred beforehand to Captain Kidd's statement, which he handed in. But he did so, it would seem, to illustrate 2 points. One, that he had been in charge after Lieutenant Pitsi had been redeployed of Forward Holding Area 2, and also he read out that sentence about the instructions. Is that, you only had it for those two purposes, did you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank
you. Intetho evelile okokuba emva kokuba kukhutshwe uLieutenant lona kwase kungena uCaptain Pitsi kwaba nguyena ophathayo apho bekungena ongamele apho kuloo ndawo.
Chairperson, to what Captain Kidd is actually saying is that if the people came in groups at this informal settlement, that would require that that group should be dispersed.
Into echazwa uCaptain Pitsi apha ukuthi xa abantu bebazawula ngokuninzi phaya kulaa ndawo ayolathayo abo bantu bebazawudinga okokuba bahlala basasazwe kohlukaniswe.
The dispersal could have moved in that direction as I indicated earlier, which is the direction of the career hostel.
Bekunokwenzeka okokuba abantu basuke phaya kulo mgca oluhlaza bahambe njengoba olatha baya ngasecareer, ihostel yasecareer.
Chairperson, I will request the slide that the council did show me, the one it's 14, so that I should also indicate.
Triple E 14.1, please.
Kungaveza lo munye umfanekiso ke ndikhombise nabo usuvelile.
Chairperson, on this slide, what Major General Enendele was saying is that if a group of protesters, after it has been dispersed, it could come this way, that could be a negative attraction. But if they move, they had to break up in smaller groups to come this way. From groups dynamic, as long as they are moving in groups, they tend to destroy, and this is what I'm trying to explain. But if they move individually, they can come to Nkaning.
Uchaza about general okokuba ke apha into beyichazwa general Anandi ukuthi xa abaqhankqalazi bebohlukaniswa phaya bahambe beze apha ngasezantsi bengahambi beliqela elikhulu bekungekho mntu bezabanqanda ukuba bahambe apho kodwa ke xa behamba beliqela elikhulu banalento yokuba babangele umonakalo.
Captain Kidd can explain, but what I'm saying now is that if in that forward holding area 2 in that Nkani, if individuals were walking individually, I don't say that they prevented them, but they could have let them go because they will understand that they are going to the place that they know they are staying there. But if they move in groups, it could either mean that they know the one that is reporting on duty is staying there, which they might also cause damage or something else. But Captain Kidd might also explain to say, if the individuals were coming to them to pass, they could allow them to pass, but they could not have allowed a group of individuals to have passed because that might also cause what I'm talking about now. But that is mostly referred to as group dynamics, Chairperson.
Uchaza apha ugeneral okokuba uCaptain Kidd uzawuyichaza naye le nto okokuba isizathu sokubekwa phayo phaya kwakujongo kokuba aba bantu xa besiza bangezi bangamaqela amakhulu ngoba amaqela amakhulu analento yokuba bangemonakalo xa bebeza aba bantu behamba ngamnye bekuzawube kuboniswa kokuba lo muntu uyazi apho yakhona bengeke anqabe.
General, you've said quite a lot, but I'll take you right to the beginning of your answer. In your answer, you suggest that what Captain Kidd is saying in these two sentences is that they would prevent groups and that they would let through individuals. Did I understand you correctly?
General, Captain Kidd wayezawuvuma okokuba xa abantu beza ngamunye bavunyelwe ukuba bagqithe abo bebazawunqanda nje xa beza beliqela elikhulu.
And if you can, just to avoid confusion, can you answer that very briefly? Did I understand you correctly or not?
General.
Chairperson, what I'm saying is Captain Kidd might explain it properly what happened there. But what one envisages is that if the individual Captain Kidd could see that he is staying there, they are not moving in groups, he might have been allowed to enter there because that person could be knowing where is he going, where is he going to stay. But if they could have come in groups, surely Captain Kidd will suspect that one, they might be going to a certain place which somebody is known, staying there who is on duty or is employed. But this is what I'm saying. It should have been envisaged from the planning point of view.
Let's look at General, uCaptain Kidd uzokwazi ukuyichaza lento kodwa into bekufanele ukuba ibe zingcingo zabo phaya ukuthi xa umuntu eza emnyekanene ahamba ngamunye kube uCaptain Kidd acinga hayi lo muntu uyazi abadala khona noma uyabadala khona kodwa ke ngabe beza beliqela elikhulu bebazawuba nokhokelo kokuba kukho into abaya kuyenza ekanene apho baya khona ngoba babazi aba bantu ababefuna nabantu abebaye empangelweni.
Now, General, let us look at the last sentence of paragraph 8. It reads, "It was our responsibility to protect the settlement from attack by anyone and to disarm any armed protesters going past the line and arrest them." You see that?
Captain Kidd uthi kwakungumsebenzi wethu kusemagxeni ukuba wonke umuntu noma ngawubani ogqitha apho makaseshwe abanjwe noma ngawubani umuntu okufanele angene phaya sasikhusela wonke umuntu olapha.
Surely, General, that must mean that even an individual protester who was armed would have been stopped by Captain Kidd's group and disarmed. That is what he says.
Arrested.
And arrested.
Ithetha lento ke apha ke General ukuba noma umuntu beza ephethe nje isixhobo esithize beza unqanda apho thathele eso sixhobo aboshwe.
That is what this means, not so.
Andithi le ntetho apho ichaza loo nto.
Chairperson, the plan was saying those that they did not hand the weapons and while still having them, not necessarily going to Nkaneng, they could have been disarmed and arrested. But what I'm trying to explain between the Nkaneng and those that carrying weapons is that if the individual could have gone to Nkaneng not armed, not in groups, he could have been allowed to enter.
Iplane yayisho ngolonto ngokuba aba bantu abangavumanga ukulahla phansi izixhobo zabo abo kwadinge ukuthi xa beza phaya babanjwe bathathele ezo zixhobo. Abanye bachazayo ke abantu ababezoya eNkaneng bangaphethe izixhobo behamba ngamunye ngamunye.
General, let us please forget about Nkaneng. I'm not asking you about Nkaneng right now.
Make siyeke kancane le eNkaneng kwangoku General.
I am asking you about what Captain Kidd is saying about the protection of the informal settlement abutting, or rather, of the informal settlement, abutting forward holding area 2. That is what I'm asking you about.
General, intetho Captain Kidd apha echaza khona yena uchaza ala mantotombe aphaya kufuphi ne-forward holding area 2.
Is it not so, here's the question, is it not so that what Captain Kidd is saying is that his group would have stopped, disarmed, and arrested even individual protesters?
Captain Kidd ubeka ngolo hlobo ukuba bona babezawumisa noma ngubani wayelapho noma ezangamnye bathathe izixhobo bambophe.
Chairperson, in the context of if that individual is in possession of a dangerous weapon, yes.
Apha ke kuthetha ngomuntu ehamba eyedwa ephethe izixhobo noma izixhobo.
So it didn't matter that the protesters would have been approaching Captain Kidd and them even in groups of less than 10. That did not matter. What he understood his responsibility to be was to disarm anybody approaching with a dangerous weapon, even if he was just one individual. That is what he says his responsibility was. Do you accept that?
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo kuCaptain Kidd ukuba umsebenzi wayenika wona into eyisemagxeni kuba noma ngangubani oza apho ephethe isixhobo maka enze lo msebenzi awubekele wona.
Chairperson, any protester who had a dangerous weapon should have, according to the plan, been approached, disarmed, and arrested.
Iplan yayithetha ngolo hlobo yokuba noma ngawubani kwaba baqhankqalazi wayezawuza apho ephethe isixhobo kwakufanele okokuba umthetho wenze ukufanele athathe leso sixhobo abotshwe.
And that applied to even people approaching Captain Kidd, even if it was just one person. It didn't have to be groups of 10 and above, even one person. I would like you to please answer that question directly.
General, kusho okokuba noma lo muntu wayeyedwa ephethe isixhobo eya kweliya cala likaCaptain Kidd kwakufuze kwenziwe lento kodwa umthetho uthi mayenziwe.
Correct.
Now, I will go back to an earlier question, which is it correct that no provision was made for similar protection for that part of Nkaneng that I earlier referred to, which I said is just below what I referred to as a wide path or road? Do you accept that no similar provision for protection was made for that part of Nkaneng?
Uyavuma ke okokuba la ndawo evele phaya engena ngaseNkaneng kwakungekho zicwangciso zenziwe okokuba lo ndawo ibe nokhuselo olufana nolu.
Chairperson, I said that the dispersal in the westerly direction at that point could have allowed that one who had a dangerous weapon, he could still have been pursued and disarmed. Secondly, anyone who could have moved inside Nkaneng at that point, he could not have been allowed to move in a group but individually. But a protection, as the council is referring to, is not actually a protection, but it was a visibility to look in terms of what I'm talking about now. In this case, in this one, those that were dispersing there, they could still have followed them. They could still have done what I'm talking about now.
Uthi into endiyithethayo okokuba xa bengeza kweli cala behamba ngamunye bangaphathanga bangasiqela elifika phaya ko-10 bangaphethe izixhobo bebazawuvunyelwa okokuba bahambe njengoba nditshilo okokuba bebazawuxa sazophaya beze kule ndawo kodwa ke into beyingeke ivunywa ukuba bangene nezixhobo apho behamba beliqela elikhulu.
General, that doesn't answer my question. Perhaps let me approach this from another angle.
General,
Slide 181 in Exhibit L shows us that police were pre-positioned in forward holding area 2 to protect the informal settlement abutting that forward holding area. Is that not so? You said yes, so the answer should be quite quick, yes.
Forward holding area 2.
Correct, Chairperson.
The operative word here, General, is pre-positioned. Now, Mike. Not a follow-up during the dispersal, pre-positioned. Now my question is, why is it that SABC did not make provision by pre-positioning police that would have protected that area of Nkane?
That area you're referring again to the one near the white path that you...
Yes, the one I've been referring to a good few times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairperson, my answer remains the same, that those that could have done the dispersal could have still followed the protesters, disarm, isolate them, disarm them, and arrest them. Hence, there was no pre-positioning.
How is that going to work in practice? I understand that the plan was that once the barbed wire was uncoiled and in position, the people on the other side of the wire, the protesters, the strikers, were to be told that they must lay down their arms and go. And the idea was that it was thought that some of them would do that, but others would remain. And apparently what was then going to happen, I think the plan makes it clear, those who stayed, who didn't lay down their arms, then there was going to be an advance into the area, and they were going to be dispersed into smaller groups and then disarmed. But as I understand the evidence, unless I've missed something, there was no idea of dealing with people who left. Remember, there were 3,000 people on the copy. There were about, I think, about 400 that was were the group in the front. And I think the evidence was that from General Annandale that it was thought that probably about that some of the 400, that all the people on the copy would go. The people in the front of the 400, some of them would go, and the remainder would have to be dealt with. Now, he didn't suggest that those who left at that early warning, taking their arms with them, would be pursued and disarmed. The idea was to deal with those who remain, because those were regarded, I think, as the hard core of people who had to be dealt with. Now, if I'm correct in saying that, then it follows that those people who left on the initial warning, carrying their weapons with them, would be able to get to, certainly in Keneng, they might have difficulty, they would clearly have difficulty in getting to the other informal settlement, because Captain Kidd's people would have been able to deal with them in terms of what we've heard. But if those who'd gone round to Inkeneng got into Inkeneng via that wide path that Mr. Madlanga referred to, still carrying their arms, how would they have been disarmed if the main force was still in front of the barbed wire fence waiting to deal with the remainder? It was anticipated there'd be about 170 or slightly more than that, perhaps 300. if I've misstated the evidence, I'll be corrected. But if I've stated it correctly, then I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying in relation to people who left carrying their dangerous weapons with them and who went to Inkening via the route which Mr. Madlanga has referred to.
Ubungqina yena ubuveka indlela okokuba kwakuzawutsala olucingo oluhlabayo phaya futhi emva koko baxelele ababantu okokuba mababeke phansi izixhobo zabo bohlukayo. Kuthiwa ke ubungqina obukhona kwakukhona amawaka angabamathathu phezulu endundumeni phaya kube khona i-400 eyayilapha ezantsi le kwakuthiwa ngamatshantliziyo kwakuzawujongana nayo. Kuthiwe apha ke kwakuzothi abo bantu baxelele ukuba mabahambe abaninzi apha kulaba kwakucinga uba bazozihambela bona ngokwabo kwakuplane okokuba apha kula 400 yamachantliziyo kuzawusala ingcosana bangaka-170 amapolisa bezawujongana nabo okokuba bathathele izixhobo. Uthi ke umhlekazi kutsho ukuba aba bebazawuhamba basuke apho beze apha ngasenkanini baphethe izixhobo zabo bekungekho mntu ozokwazi ukuthi ajongane nabo ngelo xesha ngoba la mapolisa ayobe ajongene naye-170 yamachantliziyo ebilapha phambili. Akukho apho ke kwavela khona intetho yokuba bebazawusalwa bazawulandelwa aba bantu bahamba nezixhobo zabo.
Chairperson, the plan states to say those who will not heed to the warning that they should lay down their weapons and they will be followed and they will be requested to drop their weapons, disarm them and arrest them. But in this case, Chairperson, in this case, in my indication, these could not have been done before the dispersal because the plan envisaged that the dispersal will first take place. And if there was anyone, as the chairperson suggested, that he could have left with a dangerous weapon, the earlier testimony showed that how they could have been positioned in terms of the dispersal and before the dispersal. You remember when I indicated 100 meters away and also the POP line, which of course they have been reinforced by Mere and Mere reinforced. So they could still have been followed and asked to drop their weapons or be arrested by those that they could have been there.
Njengoba besenchilo kokokuba bekukho imigca emibini apho bekhona amapolisa lawo ePopi ayandiswa xa kufika lawa wakamere bebabaninzi bekuzawuthi ke xa sebaxelelwa ukuba mahlukane aba bebazawuhamba bebazawulandelwa bathathelwe lezo zixhobo.
But those that they could have gone to that side of Nkaneng, they were from here to go that side. It could not have been easy because that's why then there was the pre-positioning.
Aba bebazawuya kweliyaqala ke apho kwakukhona uCaptain Kit bebangeke bebazawuba nengxaki ngoba bekukho amapolisa asebekiwe kuloo ndawo.
Chairperson, I'm talking about the area, forward area holding 2. It's somewhere when you go to the career mine on the other side.
Le ndawo ndithetha ngayo ke mhlekazi le forward holding area yesibini indlela eya hostel yaseGarrie.
Chairperson, you'll remember when I indicated with slide 181 to say that before the dispersal could take place, the POP could have been positioned for dispersal.
Ithe phambi kokuba kwenzeke le nto aba be-POP public order police bebazawubekwa kumgqa apho balungele olu kohlukaniso kwabantu.
And those that could have been placed for show of force, surely they could, the POP and those that have been placed for show of force, if they see anyone moving, because they were there, because first of all we said that we could not disperse or see anyone moving. We were in a position to see anyone who's moving there with dangerous weapon. surely we could have followed the individual request or order the individual either to drop the weapon or to follow him and to arrest that individual.
Uthi njengoba kwakho amapolisa we-POP kwase kubekwe namanye ke andisiwe apha ukubonisa okokuba amapolisa amaninzi kangakanani. Uthi bebanako okokuba aba bebazawuza kweli cala abezawukwazi ukusuka la mapolisa abalandele akwazi ukubathathela ezixhobo ababambe xa kunesidingo esinjalo.
But was that the plan? If you look at slide 175 of Exhibit L, you'll see that what it says there is this. Major General Annandale informed the meeting, this is the special JOCO meeting, 1:30. The approach would be as follows. Communicate with the group on the copy to try to resume negotiations for the protesters to disarm and leave the copy. Protesters had to be asked to leave their dangerous weapons on the copy as they voluntarily dispersed. After the voluntary departure, those refusing to leave would be searched and the whole area would be swept for dangerous weapons. If the protesters refuse to put their weapons down and leave the copies, stage 3 of the, that should be copy, I think, stage 3 of the operation will be implemented as a last resort. Now, General Ender was asked about people who left carrying their weapons with them. And as I recollect his evidence, he suggested they would be allowed to go.
May I be of assistance there, Mr. Chairman, and refer and just in support of the point that the
right, well, if I'm right, then if I'm right, I'm right. We won't have. We don't. Thank you. We don't. If there's an objection, you can. But then it goes on. And this is the important point. After the voluntary departure, those refusing to leave would be searched, and the whole area would be swept for dangerous weapons. And it goes on, if the protesters refuse to put their weapons down and leave the copies, stage 3 would be implemented. In other words, the plan does not appear to have made provision for pursuing people who left voluntarily, taking their dangerous weapons with them. Is that correct, or do I understand the plan incorrectly? If I understand it incorrectly, can you refer me to something in one of the documents setting out the plan where it appears that I'm incorrect? I'm incorrect. It's really whether my impression is incorrect, obviously. If you persuade me to the contrary, well then that will be acceptable.
Chairperson, the plan has also been referring to those that will still be in possession of dangerous weapons. They will also be disarmed
iplan ibethetha ngoba abo bazawuhamba bephethe izixhobo zabo bebazawuthetha zona ezo zixhobo lezo. Iplan iya itsho loo nto.
Maybe we can also look under the mission of the plan.
Mhlawumbe apha singajonga khona injongo zale plan then imission yayo.
I can't get that, you see. I know what phase 3 of stage 3 said. But if the protesters were to disperse into smaller groups, they had to be circled, isolated, etc. But that doesn't deal with the point that I'm putting to you now. But if there's something in the plan that I've overlooked, I'd be grateful if you draw it to my attention.
Might I try to be of some assistance, Chair?
Witness box at the moment, Mr. Tuna. Sorry, I called you something else, I beg your pardon. If there's a document that specifically makes the point, obviously you can draw it to my attention. If there's a document that specifically makes the point, then I'll allow you to draw it to my attention. Although strictly speaking, witnesses giving evidence, we're here to get the truth. If you can help me, I'll be grateful.
Let me see if I understand. The chairperson's inquiry is whether there is anything in the plan that deals with whether people could be allowed through the police line carrying their weapons as individuals.
I didn't say through the police line. I said voluntarily leave the area. And what I said was based upon my understanding of General Annandale's evidence. General Annandale didn't suggest anything else. But that's why I said to the witness, if there's something in the plan, not dealing with people going through the police line, that's a different matter. And of course there are other aspects about that which we can go into later. But whether the people who left not going through the police line voluntarily, carrying their dangerous weapons with them, what was going to happen to them? It doesn't appear from the documents I've seen that it was part of the plan to chase after them then and there. As far as I could see, the idea was to concentrate on those who stayed. But if I've missed something, then, and you can draw my attention to it, I'd be grateful.
akukho nto ivelayo uba babazawulandela bayothathela ezo zixhobo zabo.
Perhaps the chairperson might like to look at least 4 slides in SS3 and consider whether that in the plan is consistent with.
Just give me the numbers. Yes, SS3 is or volume A of the bundle. It's behind tab 3, and the pages appear to be numbered.
Pagination 64, slide 53, under mission. The exercise, of course, is to test whether that would be consistent with a suggestion.
I beg your pardon, under mission. Yeah.
Mission, the top slide there.
One is, have you got anything better than that?
Yes. Page 78. Again, a similar slide under mission, the bottom slide.
Yes.
Page 92. The top slide.
I see that.
And page 112. The top slide.
Yes, those are all relating to the mission. Now, the mission, does that only relate to stage 3, or does that include stages 4, 5, and 6?
Well, it's an overall mission of the plan, Chair.
Yeah, well, the plan includes stages 4, 5, and 6. So what we're concerned with now is what is going to happen, as I understand it, at stage 3. I know all about stage 4, 5 and 6, and presumably that will be dealt with more fully later. But at the moment we're concerned with stage 3, all you can show me is that the mission as a whole, in other words, the plan as a whole, including all 6 stages, include that.
Chair, can I make that?
There may be something else that you haven't drawn my attention to, but I'm just telling you my problem with what you've shown me.
Well, can I give a context, Chair? If you look at the first slide to which I referred the chairperson falls under stage 1. If you look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages before that, on page 60, that specific plan starts at page 60, and that deals with stage 1.
That's not stage 1 as it was referred to on the 16th. That's the first edition, as it were, of the plan as it existed on the 14th of August. That's not stage 1 as that expression was used in the context of what was going to happen on the 16th of August. If I'm wrong on that, you must correct me.
No, you're quite correct, Chair. I understand that. I'm just going through the stages. And the second slide to which I referred relates to stage 2 as at the 16th. And you'll find that on page 88. But the relevant slide is, as I've indicated, page 92. That slide relates to stage 2 discussion.
Ama-ke kuthethwa ngento eyayizoyenzeka iplani isiyonke ibehlukaniswe izigaba ezintandathu.
I don't think that's correct, because if you look at page 92, under operational overview, you see what was envisaged. And I think by stage 2, they are referring to, on page 88, they are referring to what one can call the second edition of the plan at that stage. The word stage appears to be used in some cases in the headings as indicating the addition of the plan, and elsewhere it's used to indicate a specific operational portion, as it were, of the plan, which one sees if one looks at the page to which you referred me, 92, but not the mission slide, but the one below it, the operational overview.
Kufundwa apha ke plan njengoba ibhaliwe nje ukuba kwakwazeka ntoni efayile yenziwe okokuqala xa ingaphumelelanga kwenzeke yesibini njalo ngoku sithetha apha ngesigaba sesithathu apho kwakwenzeke khona le nto uthi
The point is that it does look, if I'm wrong you can correct me, but it does look as if when they talk about the mission every time, they're talking about the whole operation, including all the stages in the narrow sense, up to stage 6, which was, I think it was one of the cordon and search operations.
But perhaps this might be more useful, Chair. If the chairperson has a look at page 130, that deals with stage 3, and the mission is specifically a stage 3 mission on page 131 in the bottom slide. There's no talk there of stage 4, 5, and 6. That's specifically a stage 3. And it effectively repeats, though not in exact terms, the same mission as in the other 3 to which I've referred earlier.
Inkcazelo evelayo ngoku okokuba kwakuzawuthi xa kufika kulo mgama wesithathu apho bazawungenela khona bahlukanise bathathele izixhobo zabo kuyokwenzeka ntoni emva koko bekuyawulandela ke lezi ezinye izigaba
second slide, you get what's called an operational overview of stage 3. To disperse into smaller groups, encircle and disarm the protesters, and from the evidence it was clear that the idea was to encourage most of the strikers to leave, and those who were left were to be dispersed into smaller groups, encircled, and then disarmed. This is to say, after the others who had already gone had taken their arms with them insofar as they had arms. That does seem to be. But I see it's now 10 past 4. Perhaps you and I should cease this debate for the moment, see whether the witnesses have anything to contribute, and then we we can continue with the cross-examination on Thursday morning. But let's see if the witness has anything he wishes to add. Is there anything you wish to add?
Yes, Chairperson.
You may be able to draw my attention to something I've overlooked, which assists.
Chairperson, I would like the esteemed commissions and Chairperson to go to operational overview of stage 3, paginated page 133.
Ubonisa apho acela ukuba umgcini sihlalo ne-commissioners jonge phi kule plan.
And it's bullet number 3. It says, if protesters have dispersed into smaller groups,
Ithi apho xa abaqhankqalazi bebanga hlukana babe ngamaqela amancinci,
they must be approached,
kuyawudingeka ukuba bahanqwe ngamapolisa,
isolated,
uhlukaniswe kwabanye abaninzi,
encircled,
bahanqwe ngamapolisa,
so all persons can be properly searched for dangerous weapons.
uze kukwazi ukuthi wonke umuntu olapho akwazi ukusetsha
And arrest to be effected.
Yes, I see that. I take it it's, first in the view of the time, it's inappropriate for us to continue the debate, but I suspect that there will be some evidence about that, what that means. So it's probably a good point at which we can conclude the evidence for the day. I'm sure you must be very tired anyway, having been giving evidence from the beginning. And as I've explained before, we will not be sitting tomorrow. Well, I shall be meeting with the evidence leaders to do a provisional survey of the evidence to come and how long it's likely to take and so on. So I'll later discuss with the parties necessary. We will resume your evidence at 9:30 on Thursday. We're now adjourned.
It doesn't get negative, but it's in there.